I think it's going to make me
live.
Start doing something with the feed. Apparently there's some other way I have to start doing it. Forward 2-267-227-9189. Call forwarding is on. Turn my ringer off. Let me drop this down. Let me get this up. Can you minimize that? It'll still work. Yes, it will. Okay. We should be up. Oh, boy. Yep, there we are. Share, copy link. Back. Come on. Damn thing. Is anybody in the Facebook?
George? Franz, I'm going to admit him.
Is anybody on Facebook right now?
Oh, Facebook, stand by.
Come on, you got to stop doing that. Well, if anybody is there for our pre-production, I am feverishly sharing the program.
Carmina's coming in.
Enjoy the pre-production bit. We have had, apropos of our first anniversary, we have had technical issues. We have had to do hard reboots on computers. We've had all sorts of stuff. So what you are watching now is me feverishly shouting at equipment, because that always works, and trying to share the program to our national Facebook outlets, which is what we're doing right now. Do that. No. Hello, Franz.
Hello there.
Hi, Franz.
How are you today?
Fine, sir.
Happy first anniversary.
Yeah, I'll go with that too. Happy first anniversary.
Publish. And Carmina's here. Hello, Carmina.
I'm here, Jeff. I was just doing something.
Oh, no worries. Just saying hello. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm feverishly sharing because we are apropos.
Is that a new haircut?
Yeah. What?
I've never seen.
You know what's silly?
What?
I'm about to say this all over Facebook. This is a This is a home COVID haircut.
You had COVID?
No, this is I can't get to a barber.
Oh. Well, it's okay. You still look good. I'll be right back.
I can't get the one barber I try to patronize here in Hellertown. She kind of works when she feels like it, and which is annoying. And so I started just cutting my own hair when there were no barbershops open. And I haven't screwed it up too badly, so I keep doing it. TCP. Oh boy, 459. Ah, I love it. Paste. Boom. Come on. Wow, everything is slow today. I would expect internet issues today. Speech TV. Come on. Is Antoinette here?
No, not yet.
All right, no worries. There's going to be a rather, just a warning to everybody, there's going to be a rather long intro.
Somebody's coming in here.
Not going to be a rather long introduction. Share to group. Here we go. You.
Antoinette is in.
You. That one. That. Yeah, let's try them. They are not always too forgiving. Not. They are not always too forgiving. We will try them. Actually, that's a good one for today. That. And that one. And that one. And that one. And that, and of course that, and not you, and that one, and not you, but that one, that. Not you, that one, that one, not that one, that.
All right, I'm on.
That. Cool. 5:01, I'm late. Okay. Comments are on. Volume is off. I am pushing play on 101. Hang in there, everybody. Just hang in there. We know how this goes. Just hang in there. Oh, I love tech. Okay, hang on, folks. Here we go.
Kennedy. Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
and young enough to do.
Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. But it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view. Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. 'Cause it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for eight. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy. And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you. And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair?
We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy,
Oh, that is our favorite. How this program has progressed and grown and proceeded as I scratch my little short beard and so on. Here as we begin, welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. Congratulations, everyone. You have made it through, and so have I. We're celebrating our first anniversary of the Kennedy effect. 1 year ago, actually yesterday, April 17th, 2020, the beginning of, for all you Star Trek Voyager fans out there, the beginning of the year of hell, we debuted this program on what I believe was maybe 30-ish or so Facebook groups. We were not yet a part of the Hot101.net family. And the program proceeded that way for about a month before we joined Hot 101. And let's now, just 1 year later, a year and a day later, we are now shared between 80 and 90, and depending on how many individual listeners share the program, over 100 different places across the Facebook universe. And we are live around the globe on hot101.net and proud to be part of that family. So it's going to be, I usually have this very long introduction for you about how to listen to the program and, you know, advertisements and such things. I just want to start today. You'll see that you can see that we have guests on screen, and I will get to them. I did warn them that the opening was going to be a tiny bit longer than normal because this is a special day. It's our first anniversary, and we're still here, and you're still there. And if it wasn't for you all listening, we wouldn't be here. If no one was paying attention and no one enjoyed the program and no one was learning from the program, and to be honest, whether you agree with me or not, and don't kid yourselves, gang, there are folks that listen every single week who don't agree with a bloody thing I say, but they're here and they're here every week. So don't we're good with that. We enjoy that, to be honest. It's good. It's good. Debate is good for the country. That said, this is a special day. It's a special day. You know, we've had a couple, we've taken weeks off for holidays. I was ill one day. We've had technical problems. We've purchased new computer equipment. We upgraded internet. We've had more guests than I can list, and they have all been so kind and so patient and so giving of their time, especially on what is traditionally a family sort of time, a Sunday evening. And here we are a year later, and the program marches on and continues to grow. And the good news is something I've been telling you about for quite a while. There are new talk programs coming to hot101.net that have grown out of this program, and I'm extremely proud of that. And there are, I have had my first vaccination. Kristen's fully vaccinated. George had his first. His wife, Lynn, had her first. I think I'm correct about that. George will correct me if I'm wrong. So we're getting ever so closer to when George can actually come here in person and we can begin to reconfigure this room into much more of a studio. We've purchased yet another new computer, and we continue to grow, and we continue to, to be honest with you, we continue to be very proud of what it is that we're doing here each week. And it means a lot to us. We hope it means a lot to you. And thank you. Thank every single person who has listened, whether it is for just a few minutes each week, whether it's the whole program, because I know people are watching the whole program on the recorded version later in the week. Our family, and I do mean that, our family at hot101.net, who has given, DJ Earl and DJ Lex, who gave us a chance to be part of that family. It means a lot. And I'm proud of what we've done here. There are some days that I had to drag myself up here because I didn't know what I was going to talk about or how I was going to address you. And somehow it all seems to work out. We start talking about one topic and the program fills itself in. I have met wonderful, wonderful people through this program, people that I consider to be friends. 2 of them are on the screen at the moment. And it's been a blast. And it only really struck me, I think maybe when we were signing off, when George and I were signing off last week, off of the Zoom part, we were already off the air, that this was a year. I mean, we're at a year already. And it's you know what? I think if you're a regular listener or viewer of the program, you know that I'm pretty damn self-effacing. I don't think too damn much of myself. But damn it, we've been here a year. So take that. We've been here for a whole year. Take that. And we're not going anywhere. So we have work to do. We have education to continue to put out. We have issues to talk about. We have things that are important to you, important inside the Lehigh Valley, in the Commonwealth, across the country, and around the globe. We have new issues and new friends that will always crop up and that we can always talk about. And just when we thought everything would get quiet after the election, here it is, we're in the back half of April and there's still plenty of things to talk about. So let me just take you through what's going to happen tonight. You can see on the screen, if you're watching, and for those of you who are listening, Carmina Taylor and Antoinette Hodge have returned to give us an update on their situation. I have I got to find it. I closed it by mistake. I had your statement here, which I was going to read, and now I got to find it again. And I was going to read the statement. It was rather long, but I was going to read it anyway, or at least scan through it and share some of that with you.
And I apologize, Jeff, for being
No, I had it
to get all the facts together.
Yeah. You know what it is?
I
I had it on the screen, and I must have closed the window during the computer issues that I was having, and I was there it is, press announcement. I found it. Take that, technology. So there's that. I'm going to read through that. Thomas Mack, one of our favorite guests, will join us later in the program. We may have Lisa Longo later in the program. We're expecting a variety of phone calls. You know how I love phone calls, but we're actually expecting phone calls this time. This is wonderful. You know how I love phone calls. And perhaps, certainly, with no disrespect to anybody else, my favorite thing that's going to happen today is April Riddick's going to be right here with me. I would not be doing this program. I would not be on Hot 101 if it was not my sister April Riddick, and she is, when I say in the house, I don't mean that in the like DJ kind of way. I mean like she's in my house right now. She's downstairs with Kristen. I think they're having dinner, and she's going to come up and she will be joining the program later. So let's get to it. Wherever you might be on Facebook, literally wherever. Oh, good. My first internet connection warning. It's awesome. I'm so glad I'm paying for upgraded internet. Thank goodness for that. Wherever you Facebook universe, we've shared the program about 90 places. I think just shy of 90 different places so far today. And I know that certain listeners will share it as we proceed through the program. I love internet warnings. That's, $200 for internet. What the hell? We should get a warning that doesn't work, right? Wherever you are, stay where you are, enjoy listen in the background while you're having dinner, whatever it is you might be doing. However, as you should certainly know by now, if you come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, that is where you can join in the comments section, which we generally refer to as the live chat. We will see you. We will say hello to you. You can ask questions, make a comment. I will read them. You can agree with us, not agree with us, scream, kick, whatever it is that you want to do. The chat is there for you. The Twitter page is open. Literally no one has ever tweeted me during a program. Maybe Anniversary Day will bring a first live tweet at that Kennedy Talk, twitter.com/that other side of information. You can live tweet the program. Again, agree, disagree, comments, questions, complain, show suggestions, say happy anniversary, or say get the hell off the air. We're sick of listening to you. Whatever it is you want to do, the Twitter page is open. We're happy to have it. And later in the program, we will be opening the phone line for any and all takers. To our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you for being there. As always, we are extremely proud. And I say it every week, and I say it because I mean it. We're very, very proud to be part of the hot101.net family, celebrating a year with you. It has flown by, and we're thrilled that you are there, because if you weren't there, we wouldn't be here. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, it's super simple. The web address is right in the name. It's hot101.net. You can go to the main website page and listen. If you can get the apps. If you have an Apple device, go to the Apple App Store. You can find the app for hot101.net. If you have an Android device, go to Google Play and you can find the app there for hot101.net. Or if you have the TuneIn Radio app, just go up to the search bar and search for hot101.net and you can listen to us there. We literally have listeners around the globe and we appreciate every single one of you. I will open up the phone line later. Remember, if you miss any of this special anniversary program, you can go and watch the recorded version at our YouTube channel. Give us a like and a subscribe on any social media that you choose to. We'd be happy to have you aboard so you can get alerts about when we do things, when we're live, when we post videos, and so on and so on. Our YouTube channel is youtube.com/that other side of information. It is our library of all recorded shows. We are on Instagram at that other side of information. I finally did a TikTok today. I felt really like I needed a shower after I did it, but I was on there trying to promote the program today. I'm just not used to that thing, you know. Not really good at restricting myself to 60 seconds. As you can tell every week, not very good at that. That said, we are on TikTok, that other side of information as well. And what am I forgetting? I said Instagram. I think I said everything else. Our Patreon account, we'll talk a little bit more as we go through the night. Our Patreon is open and there for you to become a subscriber and contributor to the program for exclusive content. It's been a whopping 15 minutes. My guests have been extremely patient, and let me say good evening. Now we're doing, if these faces look familiar to you, they should. Carmina Taylor and Antoinette Hodge joined us just about, what was it, Antoinette? Maybe not even 2 months ago, I don't think. And I think that was about right. And then they have returned to give us an update on what's been happening with Antoinette in her hometown. If you are unfamiliar with the story, I will give you an extremely the very short Cliff Notes addition to it. Antoinette has been duly, legally, openly, fairly elected the city treasurer of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, and has been blocked, for all intent and purpose, completely blocked from fulfilling the duties of that office. And after a variety of attempts to fulfill her duties of that office, it appears, and it doesn't, well, it kind of really doesn't just appear. It's kind of a little bit by process of elimination. If she's not being allowed to fulfill the duties of the office because of A, B, C, or D, then you're only left with one thing. And it appears quite evidently that the only reason she has not been allowed to fulfill the duties of her office is because Antoinette happens to be an African-American woman. And it appears to be no more difficult or no more complicated than that. and from both political parties have stopped her from fulfilling the duties to which she was duly, legally, openly, fairly elected by a good, decent majority of the citizens of Uniontown. And I told you earlier on that there was a press statement. I'm going to kind of scan through and read it. It is a tiny bit long. It should be, though, because the story is not a simple story. There needs to be some explanation here. But you know what? Before I get into the statement, why don't I just leave it to you? Antoinette, welcome back to the program. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much.
Why don't we just, is there anything in my summation that I just provided everyone that I've gotten incorrect?
No.
Has there been any change since you joined us the first time?
It got worse, actually.
Oh, good. Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Tell us, he said sarcastically, give us an update. Just give everyone an update. So you being elected, you were elected in
2019.
In 19. So it's been 2 full years and you've still not been able to completely, well, not even completely, in any way, fulfill the duties of your office.
Correct.
It appears to be 100% racial.
Yes.
So what is happening as of, what are we at here? 5:19 p.m. on April 18, our anniversary program. Tell us what's been going on.
So a lot of scrutiny coming after my staff, just trying to find a way to eliminate me from being able to do their job. I was voted to get a new system because the old previous system that I do to use to collect for tax collection is not adequate. Even the company that we use said it was not adequate. They voted on the first Thursday of March, and then 3 days later had a special meeting, a private special meeting without the public even knowing, to rescind the vote for me to get a new system.
So we've had yet more violations of the Open Public Meetings Act and Sunshine Law to deny you a computer system that you need to do your job, a job you have not even actually been allowed to do other than collecting taxes.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues to appear, and again, probably more than just an appearance, but it continues to appear that the solitary reason that this is happening to you is because you just look a little different than everybody else.
Correct. That's it.
Since you visited us the first time, have you had the opportunity or have you actually accomplished reaching out yet again to the various offices within the Commonwealth government, Attorney Generals, Josh Shapiro, the Department of State, the governor, any local elected but state level officials, I almost said governor, Senator Casey, have you been able to reach out to any of them either for the first time or the second time or third time? Has any of their reactions changed?
No, I have been able to talk with Senator Casey's office and they have been talking back with me. Documentation was filed with the Human Relations Commission, and I did hear back from them. I was assigned an investigator, and basically Carmina Taylor has been working diligently night and day on processes and trying to make sure that I'm able to speak and get my message out to other agencies throughout Pennsylvania. But I left a message for Josh Shapiro, and to this day, he still has not called me back.
And the Department of State for Pennsylvania, which is actually in charge of elections?
No, they have not returned my call.
Because we do have it. There's yet another acting director there.
Yes,
Carmina.
The only office that has reached out to me is Senator Casey's office and the Human Relations Commission.
So Carmina,
Hmm.
we've kind of summarized what has happened and what sort of is happening or maybe is not happening, depending on how you look at it. What have we missed? Fill us in on what has happened since the first time that the two of you were kind enough to visit the program. What have we, is there anything that we've missed?
Listen, what's significant since we last talked is that I've gotten more of a historical context of where we are today. The problem really lies with the fact that the former mayor appointed his daughter city administrator. A complaint was filed with the PA State Ethics Commission, and he was found guilty. He was found guilty of unethically appointing himself and his daughter to city government positions. He appointed himself as mayor and appointed his daughter. He was fined. He still ran for office and he lost his reelection. His name is Ed Fike. So the problem lies that they found the city council liable for appointing the mayor's daughter, and she's remained in that position. And as such, I've had communications with the solicitor, and when I've asked how she's been able to infiltrate on every aspect of the city council operations, the response that I've been given by the solicitor is that she's basically a city clerk, a city manager, chief financial officer, quasi HR person, and has done the job of the treasurer, right? Well, acknowledged. And so the issue lies, how could that be? So what we've done, and then on top of that, she kind of dictates the agendas for the city council. And like Antoinette said, it was the meeting this month, actually, Antoinette. It was the city council meeting in April. Apparently there was something else needed to be on the agenda. And mind you, it was on a Thursday. So by Monday, they had issued an announcement in the paper for a special meeting that was to occur 2 days after that. When that was questioned, the solicitor said, because we all watched the council meeting on that Thursday, we received verification from all city elected officials, well, the mayor, the solicitor, saying that they forgot that they called the special meeting at the previous city council meeting that was 3 days before. We were all on the show, on the video. That didn't occur.
Yeah, show might be the right word for it.
Well, it was a show actually, because I was astonished on the composition of the city council. But nonetheless, the issue is she basically called a special meeting. She labeled it as a special general purpose meeting. When Antoinette had a conversation with the mayor, he indicated that it was related to an auditing company. I spoke to the mayor. He said he didn't know why it was really being called. And then later we found out that it was called at the end of the previous meeting. So the issue is that the city council is upholding their own belief that this woman should be in office. She has been given I would say at least 5 major responsibilities in navigating the city council, and we have not seen any demonstrated qualifications for it. So I did an open records request for her job description, and what was the other? And I asked for the minutes for 2020, because we're trying to figure out, how did this all come about that she's been so empowered? Long story short, the things that she's done to take over Antoinette's job is not part of her job description. The public doesn't know that she's had an added responsibility. Now they're changing it from chief financial officer to deputy director of finance and accounts. Now, what's so fascinating by all of this is the 5 city councilors all head a department within the city government. And so the current city councilor, Martin Gotti, he went in an article on March 13th, basically saying that he and the city clerk are primarily responsible for developing the budget for the city. Yet that doesn't show on her job description. So as a result of that, one of the other ongoing issues is that people in the city of Uniontown want to voice their concerns. And now the only means that they have to do it is they have to submit their public comments in writing to the city clerk, which everyone despises, and she reads it in their voice. And so, and then the only other option is to watch it on the local radio show via YouTube. So in essence, I kind of begged the mayor and the solicitor to reconsider finding another venue to allow people to participate, allow people to speak in their public comments in their voice. And so they didn't do it. I called the Office of Open Records. They had basically said that there should be provisions for an overflow room, even in a COVID situation. And even though the governor has instituted a 25% capacity, which in their space means that they could have 15 people in the chambers of city council, the solicitor said, well, we have up to about 11 to 13 people that are either counselors or staff members. So I said, where's some flexibility? Mind you, this has been the same process, the same capacity since the beginning of COVID. Our contention is, now that vaccines have occurred, the rate of infection in Fayette County and in Uniontown is not excessive. Compromise with the community. That didn't happen. So I think it was last Thursday or Friday, I filed a civil complaint for declaratory relief for reasonable public accommodations for meeting space, because they're not trying to reason compromise with the community. So at this point, we have a PHRC, a human relations complaint, a civil complaint. I just filed an ethics commission complaint yesterday because I want the PA Ethics Commission to go back to the fact that once the city council was found liable for hiring someone unethically, they are still having her in that position. So right now we have at least 3 to 4 complaints in various levels. Tomorrow we're launching another press statement announcing our No Longer in This Town statewide rally. We absolutely feel that it's absolutely important to highlight the fact that this is a community that is represented by 20% African Americans, and nothing in their civic service offices reflect the representation of the community. When you add other BIPOC communities, you're up to 28% of the population. So we're going to have this rally. We're calling it No Longer in This Town because we want to support the people in Uniontown that honestly feel that they can no longer accept the fire department with no diversity, no longer accept the police department with no diversity, no longer accept the school board without diversity, and that the one diverse person that's on the city council needs to be equally treated as a city council member and fully able to do every aspect of the ordinance that's designated for her position. So a lot has happened. We're more vigilant. I'm much more, the historical context and the framework of how we've come to be is resolute on my mind. And I've also, I think, become an honorary resident of Uniontown because every Friday now, I watch a radio show called Kendall and Bill. And the irony of it, have you heard of Kendall and Bill? Did you?
No, I was giggling.
Oh, so then you got to become an honorary Uniontown resident to listen to that. But here's the irony. The host, Kendall, constantly talks about how close she is with the mayor. And she is his biggest advocate and really expressing how much he cares about the community, how much he's accessible, yada, yada, yada. And this past Friday, it's funny because when I sent that long press statement, because it had to be long, Jeff,
oh yeah, you have to explain
really put everything in the proper framework.
Right.
But I sent it to their news desk. But the anchor of this show read the email and had a copy of that press statement and brought guests on her show on Friday in reference to our press statement, counterbalancing, counteracting the things that we were saying. So I'm going to contact the radio station tomorrow and ask them, how did an anchor get the full-blown press statement that was sent to the news desk and not her? She's not part of the news desk. So there's a lot of things that are going on beyond nepotism and cronyism. It is blatantly prejudice. I mean, Antoinette is a Black woman. She's the only Black woman, Black person on city council. There's undertones of race discrimination. They're trying to move away from that. So we want to focus on the fact that we've got to mobilize and empower this community to believe that they can have greater representation in their government offices. So we're also highlighting the fact that a very widely respected reverend in the community is running for city council, Reverend Winfrey. He's a Black man. And then there is a biracial man that's running for district magistrate. So we're really going to ask everybody from Pennsylvania to take that Sunday and travel to Uniontown, because here's the reality. Uniontown is a microcosm of the rest of Pennsylvania in these small towns that have majority white communities. And I want to encourage people to stand up for Uniontown, because we will stand up for their town. So I know I went on, that's the update, but that's the truth as it stands.
Yes.
5:33
Right,
Eastern.
Antoinette?
Oh, that's it. Antoinette was shaking her head the whole time. She's with you.
That's it.
Well, I tell you, Antoinette is right. I have been eating and sleeping this situation, because honestly, there has not been one day that I haven't dealt with some unforeseen situation that has occurred in Uniontown. And I didn't want to be so hasty in just sending out multiple stuff. I had to make sure it all culminated at the right time. And that's what led to that last press statement.
5:34 Eastern Time, Eastern Daylight Time, believe it or not, here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, here in the Saucon Valley. This is the first anniversary program of the Kennedy Effect.
Happy anniversary, Jeff. Happy
Yes.
anniversary.
Thank you, Antoinette. And you will see over my
Shoulder. Your
right shoulder, over my right shoulder. Notice if you're watching on Facebook, took me a minute to remember the old right and left. Over my right shoulder is the reason all of this takes place, and that's April Riddick. And we're gonna hear. I'm sure you're gonna have something to say about this. I guarantee it.
Well, I was hoping, April. I'm looking at you. Let's talk, girl. Let's talk.
So wherever you're watching on Facebook, stay right there. Enjoy the program. The program has been, I've actually seen now that some of the folks that are watching have already shared the program on their own personal timelines and to other groups. We're probably over 90 different places that you can find us across the Facebook universe. Stay there. Enjoy it. If you have a favorite group that you like to watch the program at every single week, stay there. We're just happy to have you. We don't really, it doesn't matter to us where you watch. We're just happy that you're doing it. However, if you would like to take part in the live chat that is currently happening during the live stream of this program, please come over to the home Facebook page. That other side of information, we will see you. I will say hello to you. I have done so already to a couple folks in the room, including our Patreon subscriber, Laura, who is our big one whopping Patreon subscriber. Bill Brown of the Saucon Democrats just said, congratulations. Thrilled to see you, Bill. Thanks for being here. And you can come over to our live chat and talk to us. Put a comment in there, question, agree, disagree, yell, scream, show suggestions, the whole 9 yards. You can do it at the comment section of the posting of this program. Home Facebook page. You see it on the screen there. George has put it up. That other side of information. Hello, hot101.net, wherever you are around the globe. Thank you for being there. You mean the world to us. And we're very, very proud to be part of the hot101.net family. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, I just told you not that long ago, perhaps maybe half an hour ago. The web address is in the name. It's hot101.net. Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, or the TuneIn Radio app. Just look for hot101.net. If you've missed any of this anniversary celebration, you can go to our YouTube channel and watch the recorded program there. It's become our primary library and repository for all of the recorded versions of this program. You can see everything there. YouTube.com/that other side of information. Live tweet the program. Nobody has yet. I swear it doesn't hurt a bit. Feel free to do so. At That Kennedy Talk is the handle for the program. Twitter.com/that other side of information. At That Kennedy Talk. Of course, Instagram, That Other Side of Information. TikTok, that other side of information and Instagram, and Patreon. And we are expecting more guests to come in and out of the program throughout the night to help us celebrate our first anniversary. I have already had requests for the phone line. It's the same phone line every week. Just saying, it's the same phone line every week. Just saying. So we can, we'll actually open up the phone line a little bit later in the hour, probably around the top of the hour, around the 6 p.m. hour after, we get caught up here. Carmina and Antoinette, let me back up just a bit after everything that you had said, Carmina, just for the sake of the audience, let me back up just a tiny bit, and either one of you could take this.
Sorry.
No. I just want to be clear. Have we seen, since all of the original press, the MSNBCs, everybody else that took your appearance here, and let's be honest, it's not on the same level as MSNBC, but we do our best here. Have you seen a greater concern, a greater involvement from the community itself? Have you seen any movement from any of the city elected officials, county elected officials? Are we gaining steam here? Are we losing steam here because it's been going on for 2 years? Tell me,
Antoinette, why don't you give them the perspective of what we've done in terms of gaining confidence in the community residents by the things we filed?
We're going full steam ahead. And it's even more blatantly now that a lot of them are trying to come to the council meetings, and they're being an email went out telling who could come to the council meetings. And so people are upset. They want to be involved. They've been trying to be involved since COVID, but they have blocked them out from being able to participate in meetings. And so it's full steam ahead. Residents, businesses, I'm being contacted from different people. They're coming into the office, just want to come in and make sure I'm doing okay, because we are open to the public. So they are allowed to come in and pay their taxes. And I've had maybe 20 to 30 people come in, telling me to, keep staying focused. We elected you to be the treasurer, and we want to see that fulfilled. And so, it's a big thing here. And the reality is that, a lot of the procedures and policies, are being broken that are coming from the state. It's like, the council don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. They feel like it's like they're their own little governing body. Like they are the capital of Pennsylvania.
I promised April the next question. I'm hijacking it. Then she's going to take the next question. Let me ask you this though. I want to be very basic about this.
Okay.
The population of Uniontown, are they increasingly angry? Are they embarrassed? What is happening in the town itself? We all know we're angry. We all know what's happening. It's pretty damn obvious what's happening.
So can I give you an example, Jeff? We tried to ask the mayor to cancel a special meeting because people were angry that there was a special meeting without any
because it violated the law, perhaps, as well.
That too. So in a day's time, we were able to get, between Reverend Winfrey and ourselves, over 200 people emailing the mayor asking him to cancel a meeting. That's never been done before in the city of Uniontown. People are reaching out to the other two candidates, asking them what they can do. And that's why we think it's vitally important to continue to energize the community to come out for the rally on May 16th. So yes, they're angry. And from what I was told from other people, that because I'm an outsider per se, even though I'm a state advocacy group, they're happy. I'm not fearful, right? Not to say that other people are in Uniontown, but I'm not afraid. And Antoinette, why don't you tell them about what they're saying to other people about, well, they hate me now. I have been the biggest agitator. Yeah. And I think, it's a benefit that I'm not from Uniontown, because I can look at things for face value and advocate for them. And that's why we're there. So the momentum is gaining. We're not getting deterred from anything that they try to do. Like I said, the radio anchor had the solicitor on the radio show to try to deflect from what we had been fighting for, and we're not allowing that to continue. Am I right, Antoinette?
You're right. We're not allowing it to continue. We are standing. People are standing. This community is ready to fight, and they want their rights. They want to be able to, come in and be able to voice their opinions.
And not have Kim Marshall regurgitate their comments.
Yeah.
Well, I've been doing this.
Riddick.
I've been doing this program for a year, and I'm tired. So I'm going to let April take the next question. So hold on to your hats.
I'm sorry.
Hold on to your hats now. Here comes April, and she's on fire because she's been listening to this, and she watched the first program that you guys were on. So she's up to date.
Hi, how are you doing? How are you doing? And thank you for having me here. Question, what does their charter home rule say?
As the charter for the city?
Yeah. Well,
that's it. They don't want to follow the charter.
But they're in violation of their charter rule.
Absolutely.
Yes, they are. They're in violation of their charter rule. They're in violation of the ordinances. That the city of Uniontown adopted. They have violated all of them.
And mind you, April, on Friday, the solicitor acknowledged that the third class city code was established in the 1800s.
Ooh.
And so, right. And it hasn't been changed. The Pennsylvania third class city code hasn't been changed. So anytime you have a solicitor that knows that things need to be adapted and modernized, and even with the state ethics commission adhered to, no one has ever really challenged them about all of those aspects of governance locally. And so this, again, becomes a larger question of what are we going to do in Pennsylvania about that as well. But the larger issue is these local city council members and the mayor have ignored the existing laws and provisions for Antoinette to do her job and for them to do the job in serving the people.
Okay, so basically she's pulling out the laws that are out there that people don't know that they can pull out against them as well. So you're opening a can of worms, which means
yes, we are.
Totally revamp the whole city. So the good old boys don't want to leave their city alone. They would rather go back to the days of pulling horse and buggies and y'all making sure y'all in the back kitchen somewhere, huh?
Well, so, did you hear when he called Antoinette a colored girl?
Oh.
He called her a colored girl last year. I mean, come on.
That's the worstest thing you can do. That is so ASS backwards. I can't cuss because
we don't cuss here. Remember, we decided
I spelled it. Okay.
I can tell you what. Sometimes in this studio, it's cold.
Yeah.
It's heating up in here. April is in the studio. It's getting hot in here.
You have done everything possible down to civil. Have you filed with NAACP in your area? And any one of these members, have you filed the complaint with them?
Yes, I have filed a complaint with the NAACP. Our local president is Terry Vassar. And he's been working along with us, and he's been an advocate as far as, they're considering Carmina the bad cop. He's the good cop. But the reality is he's like the same, basically it's injustice. Let's get it together. Now, the funny part is they have an ordinance for treasurer of what I'm supposed to do. And out of the 18 things that I'm supposed to do, they only want me to do one.
Sit there and be quiet.
And that is for me to go to make a deposit daily.
And sit there and be quiet.
Sit there, right.
Stay in your place, you little black girl, right there. You're a token. You sit right there. You don't move. You better be glad you got this position and call it for what it is. You sit your little behind right there and you do what we tell you to do. And that's not today's world. And so this definitely is backwards. And it's what's crazy about it is that they have the laws on file from 1800.
Right.
If they really want to enact on them, it's scary because they don't have these people coming in calling them out. And if they really wanted to enact on them rules and them laws, they pretty much can take you out of the office based on their laws. That's a scary situation. And it's not a good situation. What I don't understand, why is everybody slow to the move? This makes no sense.
Well, the reality was, I believe my thing is that I did do I had an attorney and we filed. And I think people thought because I got my seat, it was over, not realizing or recognizing that they were going to prevent me from doing my job.
So pretty much, again, we gave you a position. You should be happy. You sit your little behind right there and you be quiet. And they pat you in the head every now and then when they walk past you. And I commend you, because I don't know if I could have been as calm as you two here. I probably would have lost it.
Well, Carmina and the word calm.
Well, so actually, yeah, right. So let me say this to you, April. Imagine this, right? Imagine that she finds out in the paper that there's a special meeting. She calls the mayor to ask him what it's about. He ends up saying to her, it's about getting a contract for a new auditor, which she's responsible in doing that. But the facts are, in February of 2020, she requested a new auditor to take over the system. It was approved, and the city clerk has blocked it. But think about her finding out when the rest of the town finds out that there's a special meeting that literally falls under her purview.
So to me, it sounds like you have city council that doesn't have the guts to stand up to these people, or they're in agreement with that person in position. And so that's also a problem.
So Jeff, don't take this in any offense, but I'm just going to say like it is. The city council is comprised of 5 white men.
Of course.
From a small town. Okay. Me, in an outside lens, when I saw that, you tell me if 5 white men from a small rural town, and mind you, there's never been a white woman that has ran for city council. So the history of this town has always been governed by white men. If you have that, your sense of privilege, your sense of ascension is that you sit on this board and you are there with your peers, where is there going to be any diverse or outside thought?
You're right.
It's a group think. It's a group think. And the reality is, we want to mobilize the people to say, no longer can we accept this. And we've got to get, like Reverend Winfrey is a Black man. He's highly respected. We need to get him elected to the city council. We need Trace Mickens to get elected to be on the
district magistrate.
Yes, the district magistrate, because they need diversity. I don't know if I mentioned this to you before, but think about this. The school system, the high school, is made up of 20% Black students. The graduation rate for the Black students in Uniontown School District is 64%. The attendance level is below 50%. So what I'm thinking is they're not happy in the space that they are in. And so what I have to do as an advocate is remind them the power of themselves. Remind them that they are part of that community and they've got to demand better. And so that's the blessing in my mind, that I have been afforded the opportunity to advocate for Antoinette, to advocate for those voices. And when I get to that school district, and advocate for those Black children.
I hear you. It's big. It's a very big issue here. They're violating every kind of rule across the board: freedom of speech, right to
everything. And the First Amendment, absolutely.
Civil rights. It's across the board. So, in no due respect, I hate to say it, I know he's got a lawsuit, but it needs to be a full-blown lawsuit, not for her, but the parents joining in.
Absolutely.
For the fact that their kids are not getting a proper education, to sue this basically for decent, the laws across the board. And so what happened is, you're just one person, and you're right. So it sounds like you have to literally bring 10, 30, 40 of them to do a class action lawsuit. And now, okay, this is a problem, because it's not just one person kicking and screaming for the rights of everybody. There's a whole slew of people.
Right.
They're not just Black. Get you some, like you said.
Exactly. We need everybody.
No. Wait. Let's make this perfectly clear.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I don't say, I say that not as a pun. Let's make this perfectly clear. This is not white. This is damn near translucent. You can damn near see through this. If Kristen and I have babies, they're gonna be invisible. They're gonna be damn near invisible. They're gonna look like look like those things that you see in health. They're gonna look like those people you see in health class, where you see the blood vessels and you're gonna see the bones.
We're still gonna love on your children, Jeff. We're still going to love on your children.
I'm just trying to be clear about what we're dealing with here. That's all I'm saying.
We accept you.
We are. This is
aside, April. This is why, all jokes aside, I don't know where you live in Pennsylvania.
Allentown. City of Allentown.
Okay. So here's the point. At the end of the day, April, we've got to, I think they need an infusion of outside spirit. And the importance of that is we need to let the city council and the mayor and all those other people know that we are not going to stand for, we are supporting the people of Uniontown. That's where we're at now. We've got to let the powers that be know that we are going to infiltrate their system and demand better for these people. That's it. I'm not talking anymore, Jeff. I'm done.
Oh, you stop. Yes, you are. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a couple of questions, because I'm working a little bit from my memory, and I want to know if I'm right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It was my memory is telling me from your first visit to the program, Antoinette, both of you actually, that you had or you were having some cooperation, some, dare I even say, sympathies from the solicitor and the mayor. But have we backtracked on that? Because the mayor that's mayor now was not the mayor when you were elected, or has that support backtracked? Or am I not remembering it correctly?
Wait, let me answer that, because she's still part of city council. Okay.
So am I remembering that then incorrectly? That you
double. What's the phrase when they
double down?
Back. What's that phrase?
They've backtracked on their original report.
Right. So here's why. And Antoinette, you can say yes or no. We've caught them. Am I correct, Antoinette?
Yes, you're correct.
We've caught them with the facts and information between the right to know requests, between the filings that they're going to find out about. They know we're on them. And so they're backtracking because what they said to us verbally doesn't make sense. So we backed it up with things in writing. They had to fulfill the request. And now what are they trying to do? All of a sudden now, Kim is deputy chief financial officer. Antoinette, she's been there over a year. You ever heard her being called that?
No.
Nobody in the community has ever heard her be, and they're trying to justify, Jeff, that because I noted that the counselor said that that Kim and him managed the budget. They brought up the budget. He specifically said the two of them. So how does a city clerk get to foster and manage and formulate the budget and keep a budget with no taxes for 3 years? How does she have that?
To try to put this into terms,
because they've been caught and they're trying to cover it up, but it's too late.
To try to put this into terms that some folks may understand, and I'm trying to say, I am saying the same thing over and over and over again, and I'm trying to put it in different terms that folks can understand. It sounds to me like Uniontown has a completely different form of government. You have a head of state, mayor, and you have a prime minister.
Yes.
And that would be the woman who's been given all these titles against state law, against county law, against your own charter for your own town.
Yes.
The name of your town, Uniontown, I would assume, I have not looked it up, to be fair, I would assume goes back to the Civil War.
Yes.
But the town, when Union troops were staged there and may have even fought close to there,
yes,
it sounds as if the town never moved past 1865.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And it's sad because...
And it's sad. But the reality is that the ordinances that they adopted are the ordinance that they should follow, but they don't want to follow.
they're pretty much it's their town, and they're not willing to let go. They're holding everybody hostage.
Right. It's a sovereign governed state, and our city clerk is the governor.
And that's the problem. That alone right there is not covering it. So this, like I said, I've seen with everything going on across the world that as we're powerful when it comes to Black folks when they want to get something done, but we also have to hit them where it hurts. And I've seen and I've told many times, many people sue, lawsuit like you do, and I know I've said it before and I said it again. Reach out to those that are like-minded, like yous, and class action lawsuit against that city, where to a point where it raises so much nonsense, in a sense, whether it's good or bad nonsense, because this is nonsense. You shouldn't have to do this. In 2021, it's like, oh my God, this is still happening, and it is. So I commend you on your standing your ground, but you got to pull more people into your circle, because what's happening is that you just are lone fighters, and they need that. But now you need a whole bunch of more that are like-minded, like you. It's like, we're not going nowhere. We're just going to get louder, and we're being thorns in your side, and we're not going nowhere. And you're going to accept this, Mr. Johnny Joe Jack from back in the day, whether you like it or not. We're here, and we're not going nowhere. Times have changed. This is not 1890. This is 2021. Our kids deserve an education. We deserve a town of diversity that looks like us, because we are, like you said, 60% of the but how much of a population is there of Black folks?
20%.
20%, and that's a nice sized population. And
Yes, it is.
How many?
For rural Pennsylvania.
And it's actually,
listen, we're going to make an announcement on May 16th that's going to involve a filing.
Yeah.
We just don't want everyone to know we got this, and
Good.
we just want to make sure people understand the severity and that they need to support Uniontown. So we'll be making a special announcement on May 16th.
Yeah, your population there and Black folks is larger than here in Allentown.
Exactly, and it's larger than Washington.
Absolutely. In
Washington County, Greene County. I did all the research. Johnstown. There's nothing in that Southwest corridor at that high rate of percentage of Black folks.
Absolutely.
Now, I know we covered this a little bit, but I have a question in the chat. I always take questions from the chat because we try to make the program as interactive as possible. As I say every single week, we love NPR. They're a wonderful service, but if you want to be lectured, go listen to NPR. I'm not here to lecture you. So we have a question. I'm going to give it to you. We did cover it a little bit, but I think it's important that I ask it, not only just because the listener put it in, but because I think it bears repeating. And the question is, it's kind of a three-part question, but it's all related. Are there any elected Democrats that are supporting you, like any state representatives, any state senators, even if not from Uniontown, but from anywhere, with Pittsburgh being the closest major municipality? And is there anyone from inside the Pennsylvania Democratic Party that is helping you, supporting you in any way?
Yes. So Carmina, do you want me to talk about Adam?
Folks, you are allowed to name or like who are we getting support
here's
from?
The reality. So tomorrow we're going to email the legislators, all of our elected officials that haven't been fully informed and updated. That's going to happen. The New Deal Dems in Fayette County have been very instrumental in supporting her when we need them. And we don't want to let everything out, but we have minimal support. We definitely could utilize more support. Is that sufficient? But all of the rest of the elected officials at the federal, state, and local level will be informed tomorrow.
Good.
And we will be soliciting support. I should say that. We will be informing them, updating them, and specifically soliciting support. We really needed to make sure that we had all of the necessary filings in key areas before we reached out to them. So we've done that, and tomorrow will be the formal solicitation.
Before I let you ladies go, I was not going to keep you all night. It's our anniversary program. I'm going to chat with April. We're waiting for... No, I want you to go back and have a Sunday night. I'm used to sitting here for 4 hours every Sunday night. I want you guys to go back and have a Sunday night. I'm going to open up the phone lines. We're expecting callers and some other guests to float in and out. Again, please completely explain to the folks when this demonstration is, what it's, well, I mean, we know what it's about, but how it's going to go down, how they can be a part of it if they don't live in Uniontown, or, for me, I think Uniontown's a 4.5 hour drive. How can people be a part of the action? What is the action? What's it going to look like? How can people be a part of it? What's the contact? Give me the whole 9 on that.
Antoinette, can I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so on May 16th, we are having a No Longer in This Town statewide rally at Grant Park in Uniontown. The event page will be on our Facebook page, We Can't Wait, PA Statewide Coalition. It is Sunday, May 16th, 3 to 5. We're asking people to take the trek from wherever they are to come to Grant Park. We are trying to make provisions for people across the state to have transportation, and they can contact us through our Facebook page. The event is up and it will stay up, but go to the We Can't Wait PA Statewide Coalition. We have all of the relevant information to the rally, and what we'll be focusing on is lifting up the 2 candidates of color that are running for City Council, District Magistrate, and we will be asking everyone to join us in a call to diversify Uniontown, so it's in elected offices and in civic offices, so it reflects the representation of the community.
So Sunday, May 16,
3 to 5.
3 to 5. And again, if people can't be there live, will you be streaming it?
Yes.
We will be streaming it on our Facebook page.
For We Can't Wait
PA Statewide Coalition.
And I will attempt to share that before the program airs that day. We are planning to be live that day. I think the 16th is not a particular holiday or anything, so I think we're going to be live that day. But I will stream it as much as I can up until we go live. And also, I am going to, if it's all right with you, as I break the fourth wall here and do a little production, I want to put the statement that you emailed to me. I'd like to post it on the Facebook page, if that's all right.
Absolutely. Just know that we had to keep the facts together. That's why it was long. The next statement will be short and sweet.
And so when you put the press release out, or you have the avenues, are you putting it out all over PA?
Yep. But tomorrow's press release will specifically be about the rally.
Good. All right. Awesome. And then when they go to your Facebook page and they sign up for it, and if groups want to come.
My contact information is in there. My email address and my phone number.
Thank you.
Is in the statement.
Awesome.
Is in the statement.
Awesome.
As well.
I see the phone number there.
The event link.
And the event link is right at the top. I got it.
I will make sure that I'll do what I got to do to get that out there as well.
Absolutely, April. And listen, it sends a message, because we know how diverse Allentown is and the Lehigh Valley in some pockets, but we still have to send a message to local leaders that we're not going to tolerate being disrespected.
Absolutely. And it has to, in this day and age, you would think, okay, it's not happening anymore. It seems like it's more worse than ever.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I will let them know too.
All right.
So yes, thank you so much for being the fighter that you are and bringing that awareness, because this is crazy. And it's crazy and it's scary at the same time. My fear is for the little ones and what they may be going through when they go to school. That alone just makes my stomach turn. It makes my heart hurt. Just listening to you, and you're telling me the graduation date and the kids
64%.
And that's scary. That's really, really
in
scary.
2021, in the 21st century.
And the only way that can be is if it's intentional.
Absolutely.
That's intentional. The only way that can happen is if that's intentional. And let's think about this too. The Reverend Winfrey, the gentleman you mentioned, I'd love to have him come visit one of these days. Absolutely. If you guys can arrange that.
Antoinette.
But you got 5 people on the council. Is that correct?
Yes.
20% of the population
is black.
So if the Reverend is elected, that will actually finally be representative of the community.
Absolutely.
1 out of 5 is 20%. 20% of the population is black. If the right Reverend is elected, You will finally actually have representation in your city named for the damn Union Army.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. And that's why this rally is so significant, because we need to mobilize voters to elect him as the first Black man to serve on the Uniontown City Council.
Wow. Ladies, thank you again for coming back and visiting us and updating us all. I will post the announcement, the press release, that other side of information, and if my brain continues to fire in any meaningful way, I will stream the event. I would love to somehow be a part of the event. I do have a program that day. We can talk. Work it out, Jeff. We can talk further. That we can interview each other, and I can try to carry it, a bit live and make a presentation out of it. And that it might sound, for the folks watching and listening, that might sound a bit contrived, and that we're trying to make some kind of show out of it. But let's be honest, it's got to be, you got to be something. It's got to be something that you want to watch, or else you're going to miss the point of why we're doing this and why this is so important. So we will work those details out as we get closer to the 16th. We have a month. We'll get it sorted out.
April has something to say.
Question: how many Latinas, your population of Latinas that are there?
So it's about 2 or 3%, right, Antoinette?
Yes. Yes.
Right. So when you have the Latinas, the Asians, and the biracial, the population is 28%.
Okay.
Correct.
So combined with the Black population,
yes,
and biracial population,
and the rest of the racial community is 28%.
All of them together, tied in with
all of them. Chinese, the Asian community, the Latinx, and the biracial community, plus the Black, is 28%.
Yeah, got to stir them up too, because it affects them as well.
Wow. Absolutely.
Oh, this has to be affecting them. I would have to. I don't think this is simply
it's not just about them. It has to be.
Right.
When prejudice is prejudice. When you got a tone, you got melanated skin, melanated.
You got all the melanin. I got none of it. I get none. None.
Happy anniversary, Jeff.
Happy
you deserve
anniversary.
all the accolades. Happy anniversary, April. Let's stay in contact with Jeff. I'm gonna go on Facebook and listen to you for the rest of the duration. God bless you.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Ladies, thank you for coming back. In no way am I trying to shortchange you time. It's just one of those shows. I think we're expecting a lot of folks in and out, but this is a very, very important story. I think about you all the time.
Thank you,
Antoinette, and what's going on. Carmina is kind enough to keep Kristen and I in the loop, and now I will make sure that I get because I think I have a phone number for Carmina. I will get you April's. We'll do that, and then yeah.
Because I'm ready to stir Allentown too. Don't think I don't know what's going on over there.
Thank you, my queen.
Yeah, there's only it's great. No, it's great now in town. The school budget's only $80 million in the hole. No, with the chair of the PA Senate Appropriations Committee representing the city and basically telling them you don't vote for me, so screw you. But other than that, it's great. It's going great. Right. It's going great.
No problem.
No worries. No worries. In a city named for the Union Army that freed the South, no problem, Antoinette. Sit there, go in a corner, and stay quiet. Let's just be blunt. That's what this is.
Can I tell you something that's really interesting? I forgot that I testified in front of the State Ethics Commission in September. That the Ethics Act was enacted in 1978, and the fines and penalties for that and the legislation has not been amended for over 40 years. Think about that, and think about where we have lawlessness of our elected officials at the General Assembly level. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Yeah.
And they've been in leadership on and off for 30 years, and yet there's no relevant amendment to the Ethics Act or the State Ethics Commission.
Right.
There lies part of our problem in Pennsylvania.
Boom.
Well, because how do you get rich off of politics with ethics? You're gonna mess everything up with these ethics, Carmina. My goodness. How do you get rich if you got ethics?
The fight continues, and the fight will continue until we get these small communities around Pennsylvania mobilized and respected, bottom line. And Antoinette is going to get the due respect that she has earned. elected to do all of that. So we're not fearful, are we, Antoinette?
We're not
I
fearful.
saw something yesterday.
You know
I'm
what?
a David against the Goliath. All I need is a rock.
I want to ask you before you guys go, I want to ask you a question that is going to sound extremely sarcastic, but I have a feeling we know each other. I think you're going to understand where I'm coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Antoinette.
Yes.
What want other than to do your job the way you were elected to do it? What do you want? Because I think I know nothing. That's exactly. Thank you. Because that's exactly the point. This is exactly the point. You are not asking for anything special.
No.
You're not asking for special treatment. You're not asking a staff of how big is your staff?
3. I only got
3.
two.
So
2. Me and
okay.
Twitter.
All right. So you're not asking for your staff to go from a total of 3 to 300.
Nope.
You're not asking for, the building to be torn apart, a whole new wing made for the treasurer. You're not asking for a company car, new housing. You're not asking. You're simply asking
To do my job.
to do the job to which you were elected.
Correct.
I want to make that point. It sounds extremely simple. It sounds like a very, very basic, simple point. But isn't that to sound punny, isn't that the point? The point is you're not asking for anything different than any other elected or even appointed official is doing in Uniontown. You were elected with, I think it was 54%.
Yes.
If I'm remembering. The majority of people,
yes,
other than in the U.S. Senate, where the minority rules, when the majority votes for something, they should get it. It's a small thing called democracy.
Correct.
So I just want to hammer this home. You are not asking for anything special. You didn't ask for a big raise. You didn't ask for a car, a fleet of cars, staff of 500, whole new building to yourself, all this stuff. You just
asked to do my job.
Want to do the job to which you were elected.
Yes.
Fair enough. I wanted to make sure that we got that very much recorded and on the record.
Yeah, they don't respect her because God forbid, you little black girl, God forbid you overstep your boundaries. So,
and I would go out on a limb to say, if 54% of the voting public of Uniontown voted for you, just might be a few white folks in there.
That was
a lot.
Right. No, that's exactly my point. That's and I'm being very, very obvious for the point for the sake of being very, very obvious, for the sake of being a bit sarcastic. We're not asking for anything different.
Nothing different.
I think a few white folks may have voted for you.
Correct.
You're just trying to do your job.
Just trying to do the job.
And I'm not trying to make light of it. It's just that simple. It really is. When you boil it down to it's very base facts. Antoinette, I mean, with all respect, I wouldn't care if you were purple with polka dots. You were elected to the position. You're simply trying to do your job.
Simply trying to do my job.
And that, I think, is the biggest point in this whole thing.
Yes.
The fact that you are a woman of color, we know that's why you're being stopped, but to an extent, it's irrelevant because you're not asking for anything special.
Nothing asking.
You don't want the sun, moon, and stars. Nope. Just want to do the job the folks elected you to.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. That's the defense rests. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to get to that. It's a very important point. I mean, let's be honest. She's not asking for.
She's not asking a whole lot.
She's not asking for $500,000 salary or a fleet of cars or any of that fun stuff. Just the job. Ladies, thank you. I mean, really sincere thanks for you being here and visiting us again. Another, hour 15 that you were here and you got to listen to a big long rant of me at the front. So thank you again.
Can I just point out one thing? Because this is so critical when people are looking for jobs and, they say you have to be qualified for this, qualified for that. When I did the open records request for her position, after they backtracked, she sent me a document that requires a political science degree or business administration degree to be city clerk. And then for the deputy chief officer or whatever, a minimum is an associate's in accounting. So my thing is, how is it that there's like 3 credentialed academic requirements for the position she's saying she has now, and there's no evidence that she has any of those qualifications? And remember, she was appointed by her father and the city council. And you know, think about this: when her father didn't win re-election, they didn't even try to ethically repost the position so other people could apply for them.
They never did in the beginning.
They never posted it, period. But I mean, ethically, if they were being ethical, they would have reposted that position, had her duly apply, and let other candidates apply for that position. Her father appointed her city administrator. Somewhere down the line, they changed her to city clerk, and now they've given her all these 7, 8 different responsibilities, and there's no demonstration of the qualifications academically that she needs for both jobs.
You know what the qualification is, right?
I do. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, right.
Right. And I'm just and you know, it's funny, the city council meeting this month, I don't mean to go on, but this is important. Before this month, there was 50 city employees. 3 were only Black.
Wow.
They created 3 positions. A Black woman with a doctorate degree applied for a director of planning, and she was the only Black person that applied for all 3 positions. But they did 2 white men and a white woman. So now there's 53 city employees and 3 are Black.
Wow. And
so the woman that applied is very upset too. She feels discriminated against as well. She has a doctorate degree, and she was not even given consideration for the position.
That's why she should sue.
Yep.
She's going to.
That's
the Civil Rights Act.
Add those things when people are sitting up here jobless, and people say, well, you can't have this job because you don't have a degree.
And then when you do have someone with a degree, it's a Civil Rights Act of 1965, folks.
There you go.
So that's it, Jeff. That's it. I'm shutting up. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Sorry, audience, but I just need people to understand how absurd all of this is. In this day and age. And, you know, I told the mayor at one point, I said, do you understand? You don't have the lens of a person of color. I said that to the mayor. And I said, Black folks are tired of being tired. So, Good night. I'm going to finish my night. But this it ails me. And people need this. This is important. So, sorry.
It hurt. Like I said, I'm sitting here with a knot in my chest from all this because it's like it hurts. And if you're not been there or walked in them shoes, you don't understand.
You don't understand.
Ladies,
all right.
Thank you very much for being here.
I'm pushing leave right now. I'm pushing leave. I'm pushing it. All right, I'm gone. Bye. Bye.
Ladies, keep us informed. All right. Thanks so much, Antoinette.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, wherever you might be, literally around the country, around the world, listening, May 16th, Sunday, May 16th, 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern time zone here in the Commonwealth. We Can't Wait PA Coalition will be streaming the event. I will stream the event, and we will try to work on a way that I can anchor it from here and talk to folks from here. So the anniversary program continues wherever you are watching on Facebook. Thank you so very much. Stay there, enjoy, talk, listen, have dinner, hug the kids, play with the dog, whatever it is that you're doing, or in my case, the cat, which I'm surprised she hasn't come up to make an appearance here on the anniversary show. I might have to get her. Thank you. Thank you for being there. Stay where you are. You enjoy. If you want to come take part in the live chat, the posting, go in the comments. We can talk to each other there. That other side of information on Facebook, hot101.net. Website's right in the name. You can watch. Well, you can't watch there. Why did I say that? You can listen there. Listen there because it's radio. See, it took a year. Now I got it. You can listen right there. Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, or the TuneIn Radio app, and look for hot101.net. If you've missed any of the program, and why would you ever do such a thing? You get skin lesions usually when that happens. Go to youtube.com/thatothersideofinformation, where you can find all of our recorded programs in our library. Anywhere that you might find us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Patreon, TikTok, give us a like, give us a follow, join the family. And I'm going to actually right now, while I introduce and say hello to our friend Thomas Bishop Mac. I almost said Mac Daddy, which would have been the dumbest thing in the world. That would have just been ridiculous. Rejoins the program to celebrate with us here on our first anniversary. Mac, welcome back to the program. Appreciate that you're here, taking time out on a Sunday evening. Welcome back, my friend.
Welcome back, my friend. Thank you, friend. And happy anniversary.
Well,
happy anniversary. That's I've never been around anybody who's had an anniversary on a radio show. It's kind of weird. Like talking to royalty. Ooh, you know. Well, I won't make the anniversary.
I try to play down the royal blood, but we work on it.
I won't reach my my TikTok anniversary till November, so I'm jealous. It's like you've been doing this for a year, and here I am, some mouthy old guy who used to be in the army, and I'm like, you've done a whole year of this? Wow.
Yeah, but you're the one with the, planetary TikTok following. I think I have a massive 30-something followers. I mean, it's my Twitter account. I shouldn't say it's mine. George can get in there. April can get in there. It's the show's Twitter account, the show's TikTok account. All look very, very creepy because I have way more people that I follow than are following me. They probably all look like Russian bot accounts. And that's why I tell people when I give those things out, like, give us a like, give us a follow, make us look a little more normal.
Yeah.
Before we get booted by the CIA or something like that. I also wanted to say to you, Mac, this is the reason all of this is happening. This is the woman who inflicted this upon the world. This is April Riddick, Sergeant Mac.
Miss Riddick, how are you?
How are you? I heard a lot about you.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good or bad, though.
It was actually quite good. It was actually
I told you it was.
You've seen my TikToks, haven't you?
Yes, I have, and I like it.
And she's the one that says you got to do what he's doing. Get on there and scream a little more. I'm like, well, I can't scream like that.
No, I've come to realize that my TikToks are basically therapy. This is what happens when you just had enough. You really don't have very much else to lose, and you just say things that just...
That's cheap therapy, 60 seconds at a time, brother.
Exactly. And that's the funny thing, because I didn't realize I would end up where I'm at right now. It's like I'm creeping on 250,000 followers, and I'm almost at 225,000 now. And this, well, it just basically comes from somebody has to say it. Somebody's got to be the person that says these things. And, because we live in a very nice, polite society. Nobody wants to be seen as the bad person. Nobody wants to go, oh, well, they don't like me. I don't mind it. I'm okay with it. So
isn't it interesting, Mac, isn't it interesting that it's always been my contention working in this business, not just the radio business, but the politics business, that human beings are by nature conflict averse.
Yes.
We don't really like conflict. We don't seek out fights. We don't seek out arguments. We will see awkward situations and turn away from them. Most of you out there watching and listening have seen the video of the woman of Asian descent in Manhattan getting beaten on the sidewalk while people walk past and close doors. Yep. We are conflict averse, but yet boy, we seem to create an awful lot of conflict, don't we?
We do that because I look at it as this being a very unique American problem. I've made a couple of TikToks today about gun control.
You made a couple just today. I've done one in the last month. No wonder follows it. No wonder nobody follows it. I'm not even on there.
I've literally told some of my friends of like, hey, look this guy up. He is one of the best. And people like, yeah, follow him. So I'll
tell you what, if half of your 250,000 follow me, I'm in good shape. Well, you're welcome to send them all over. Send them over.
Absolutely do that.
There's room for everybody on the ark. Send them all over. Let me just say this before Matt continues. The phone line, folks, is open. I have posted it. If you're watching on Facebook, you will see at the bottom of my square is the phone number for the program. Again, let me break the fourth wall with you, as I do very often. It's just a very simple free program called Google Voice. It is up there. My mobile phone is forwarded to the Google Voice. That's when we will see and hear from you. You can talk to me, talk to April, talk to George, and talk to, of course, Sergeant Mack, Mr. Bishop, and 1,000 other ways he's known throughout the social media world. I know him quite simply as my friend Thomas Mack, and that's good enough for me. Which you can call us. You can call. Oh, hey, how about that? As soon as I said it. Oh, did I answer it? Oh, no. Did I hit the wrong button? Oh, for goodness sake.
What happened?
You know,
After Mac just said, what a professional you are. I just hung up on a caller. Isn't that awesome? Whoever that was, please call back. 971-506. Call back because I hit a wrong button. I literally slid the mouse in the wrong place. The phone line is open, folks. Hot 101, Facebook, wherever you are. If you're listening, watching, the numbers on the screen. And for the Hot 101 friends and family, there. Oh, they called back. Thank God. Oh, I did it finally. Caller, you are on the air. Your first name and where you are calling from. You are live on the Kennedy Effect, our anniversary show. Talk to April, George, Mac, and myself. Have at it.
Howdy, it's Tim Butler from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
My political little brother, Tim Butler. You poor guy, you. Being
and
this
I was
guy's
going to say, I want to
brother.
congratulate you on your 1-year anniversary. Me and Jeff go back probably, 2016 with Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, you know what? Probably. Yeah. And I think we both got into our revolution right around the same time, I think.
Right around the same time. And I was going to say to Miss Carmina, who is definitely a firebrand, this is the topic that I wanted to discuss is forced to vote. If people don't know about it, it was really around December that this movement for withholding the Democratic Progressive Caucus in Congress withhold their vote for Nancy Pelosi to force a floor vote for Medicare for all, especially during a global pandemic that's ravaged our planet. I think it was super important that AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar withhold their vote for Nancy Pelosi if Nancy Pelosi is not going to put down Medicare for all on the floor. And how this ties back to Miss Carmina, all the voters that voted for the mayor and the city council, they shouldn't. The voters should not vote for those people if that mayor and that city council is not going to uphold democracy and give Carmina her position.
What are you doing?
Because it could go both ways.
Now, no, you're right. And it's good. It's actually folks like you, Tim, who don't live anywhere near Uniontown and following it, paying attention to it. This is a story that the Commonwealth and really people throughout the country, and they have gotten some national press coverage. MSNBC was following the story originally. I do not know if they are following it any longer. They should be. George actually, during the course of this program, emailed the press statement to the Rachel Maddow program. I hope they read it and I hope they pick it up. This is a very Rachel Maddow type story, to be honest. But yeah, it's folks like us who don't live in Uniontown that need to back up Antoinette and what Carmina is attempting to do. And again, it's going to sound very repetitive, but Antoinette is not asking for special treatment. She's asking to fulfill the job to which she was elected. It's why she ran for the position, to do the job. That's all.
Absolutely. And the voters should be upset that they voted for somebody who doesn't get elected or doesn't get sworn in.
Well,
I mean, and that could go both ways, even with Republicans and conservatives. I mean, you know me, I'm a left-wing Democratic eco-socialist, but at the same time, if the rules go both ways, an eye for an eye makes everyone blind. So if even Republicans see that and are upset, why should they vote for the mayor and the city council if they're not going to uphold democracy?
Well, I agree.
This is censorship and it's racist. So, I mean,
it is exactly both of those things. And it's I think one of the interesting things is it appears to be nothing more complicated than that. She is a woman of color. You can't play in our sandbox. And I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
Woman of color.
And yeah, she's a CPA. She's a qualified woman of color. So it's not just a some unsheltered person off the street didn't just run. It's not like a small Maine hamlet that elects a dog mayor or any of these goofy things. This is a qualified, respected woman of achievement who is simply trying to do a public service. I mean, you don't wander into government. Well, most people don't wander into government for their own egos or self-enrichment. And Antoinette has done none of that. She's just trying to do the job she was elected to. And
but this principle of force to vote is so powerful. When we put Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez into office, saying she's going to defend Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, but then votes for Nancy Pelosi, whether or not she puts forward Medicare for all. And this concept is so powerful.
The only place I'm going to disagree with you is that the sponsors aren't there. There's 117 co-sponsors to Medicare for all. That's not enough. To purposefully put a piece of legislation on the floor knowing that it will fail is not a victory. And it will damage the legislation in the long run. The best prospects for Medicare for all are you folks listening and watching to call your representatives at the Congressional Switchboard, 202-224-3121, and tell them you want them on Medicare for all. Our congressional representative here in the Pennsylvania 7th, right here in the Lehigh Valley, has recently signed on to Medicare for all. She did not in her first term. She has recently. The number of sponsors are growing, but to put a piece of legislation on the floor that you know will fail is not always the best strategy. Sometimes you put things on the floor to make the other side go on the record. You force a vote for a minimum wage, which Democrats support in majority, just to force Republicans to vote against it. You put votes on the floor in the Pennsylvania legislature for an extraction tax to rescind the $3.2 billion a year that they hand to the fossil fuel industry to make Republicans say, no, we want them to have all that free money. That's when you force votes. But when you're going to lose them and damage the legislation in the long run, then it's not the best strategy.
Well, power concedes nothing without a demand, and I really don't think that our Congress or the squad should have straight out voted for Nancy Pelosi without a demand.
And this is
what she's going to do as new speaker, being reelected again.
This is also reputedly the speaker's last term.
Oh, it's every legislator's last term if they've been in there for 30 years. How many last tours has Ozzy Osbourne and Motley Crue done?
It's supposedly part of the deal they made to keep her, to vote for her this time, but we will see how that goes. Tim, thanks for being here. Thanks for checking in.
Happy 1-year anniversary of your show.
Now your job is now to listen for the remaining years. You're not off the hook, my friend. Just because you made it through a year does not mean you're off the hook. You have to keep listening now. Now you're in. And by the way, Tim, you'll appreciate this because you and I have shared many a state committee together. Eventually, when we get back to a point where we're having state committees in person, the goal will be to do this program live from state committee. I want to see the big heads the big muckety mucks in the party walk past this table and not talk to me. That will be part.
Absolutely, and be embarrassed for what they do.
That will be part of it. So we will be looking forward to that. And of course, it is Tim's much better half that is our big Patreon subscriber, except that she's afraid to come collect her goodies, which I think is hilarious. But other than that, Tim, thanks for checking in. Thanks for being part of the program. Thanks for listening to the program. If there wasn't a you, there would not be an us. And, don't forget our revolution.
Absolutely.
Don't forget us at our revolution. We haven't seen you in a long
revolution.
time.
Don't forget that. It's ours.
It is ours.
Not them. It's us.
Right.
Not me. Us.
You got it. Spot on.
Get involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. I appreciate it. Mac, I'm not sure you were able to hear most of the time that we were able to spend with Carmina and Antoinette. I believe, we spoke off air that you got to watch the original program that they joined us for to give out that story. Very open-ended question, and probably intentionally open-ended. Especially as someone who doesn't live inside the Commonwealth, what is your general, where do you even start to talk about what is happening to Antoinette in the city of Uniontown, Pennsylvania?
I probably shouldn't, but if this isn't racism, I don't know what is. It's just, let's just cut to the chase. This woman's being denied being able to do her job. And for what? Literally for what? But then again, I go back to something I was taught as a young man. Black folks were taught, well, I'm not as young as I used to be, but Black folks were taught that we had to be twice as good to get half of the respect that we deserved. When I look at this situation, I'm looking at a woman who is completely accomplished enough to be able to do the job. People voted for that. And she's still not allowed to do it. So even the old rules that I was taught on.
And not allowed to do it, let's just be honest, Mac, we're always honest with each other, but let's just be blunt for the folks. Mm-hmm. She's not allowed to do it for what appears to be, all appearances to be, one simple reason.
She's Black. Just call it that. She's Black.
That's exactly my point. I'm trying to intentionally emphasize that. It appears to be she is not allowed to do her job for one very basic and obvious reason, that she is a woman of color.
Yes. And the annoying part about this, Jeff, is we still live in a society that wants to pretend like things like this don't happen. Mm-hmm. Looking at what this woman has gone through. And then after Georgia passed their law and their voter ID law, and you heard everything except the truth come out of a lot of people's mouths. Well, are you trying to say that Black people don't have IDs or they can't get IDs? No. What we are saying is these laws are built specifically for African Americans. That's the South. Then you come up to Pennsylvania, to Uniontown, Pennsylvania, and you see something like this. So what if you took all the other variables out of it? What does this, it comes down to race. That's the only place you can go with it. And it's sad because we still live in a society that would like to pretend like race is not a factor in a lot of things in American society today. And as long as we're able to fool ourselves into that belief, we will never change. Nothing is ever going to change as long as we're pretending like this sort of blatant, out and out racism is occurring. It's kind of heartbreaking because you remember people like John Lewis, and you remember women like Shirley Chisholm and Fannie Lou Hamer, who they fought this fight decades ago, and we're still fighting it. Nothing has changed, Jeff. Nothing. And as long as we're able to pretend like nothing has changed, or it's something we should get over, or slavery was this, or, you know, racism isn't this, that, and the third. As long as we're able to do that, nothing is going to change. I've gotten to the point now where I can't even get angry about it anymore. I just can't. I want to, but I just can't. People want to pretend like overt racism doesn't exist. Remember when J. Edgar Hoover wouldn't fight the mafia because he didn't believe it existed? Just because you don't believe it doesn't exist doesn't mean it's not real. This woman could be mayor of Uniontown, Pennsylvania, and she's not being allowed to do that. She's not being allowed to do it because of the color of her skin. And it doesn't matter how many other people say otherwise. There is no other reasoning that you can come to. Intelligent, able to do the job, prepared to do the job.
No, and I think that's the point. I mean, in a complicated situation that is actually quite simple,
mm-hmm.
and in a situation of almost a medical type diagnosis of, well, it can't be this, it can't be this, it can't be this, it can't be this, so it has to be this. It is a qualified woman of color who took the leap, ran for office to serve the public, and sorry, you're black, we don't want you.
Yep. But
that's about it.
Yeah, and we will continue to pretend like things like that don't happen. We will continue to act like everything that a black person is taught about being twice as good.
And with great respect to everywhere else, Mac, this is Pennsylvania. I mean, let's just be blunt. Let me just be blunt. And I know that some listeners in these states are not going to be happy with what I'm about to say. If this was happening in Mississippi or the inland sections of Louisiana or Alabama, Georgia, even places like possibly a Wyoming and Idaho and Iowa, Nebraska, Arizona, even perhaps, I don't think we'd be as shocked. But this is supposed to be a northeastern state. This is a quote unquote union state. Going back to the Civil War, it's Uniontown, Pennsylvania. This is not happening. I mean, it would be no less repulsive were it happening in the South, but I don't think we'd be as surprised.
Something I made a TikTok about, and this, it kind of crystallizes this situation for me. America doesn't know what to do with African Americans. They have no idea. The American society as a whole has no idea what to do with us. They just don't. They want to slot us in places. They don't mind exploiting us for things. They don't even mind admitting that they like some of us. But when it comes to things like politics, finances, leadership, there's always this apprehension when it comes to African Americans. Always an apprehension. And what I've never understood about that is why? What are we do Americans not think that at some point the advances that Americans would not have happened to African Americans as well? I mean, I don't understand this. We can see something in a state like Pennsylvania, which is supposed to be one of the, like you said, the union state. It's supposed to be kind of a
northeastern state. It's considered a northern blue Union Army blue.
Exactly.
It was part of the Northern Army. We did fight. Obviously, we know that Civil War battles were fought in Pennsylvania, Gettysburg, of course. But it's supposed to be a Union state. But yet, isn't this this is a profoundly Confederate action that's happening here?
More than Confederate. This is a blatant racist act. And the only thing, and when you argue that point, there is a certain segment of society that will shut off. Because I'm sure there's a certain segment of Pennsylvanians whose minds shut off the moment you say something about racism.
Oh Oh, it must be the anniversary show.
Uh-oh.
Caller, welcome to the program. Your first name and where you are calling from, please.
This is Jordy from Lewisburg, Pennsylvania.
Jordy, welcome back to the program. How are you, sir?
I'm all right. Congratulations.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that. Thank you for being part of the program and taking time to call in. Talk to Sergeant Mack and myself.
Oh, I don't know Sergeant Mack. I'm sorry to say. Is he or she a sergeant?
I used to be. Many months ago, I used to be.
Many months ago.
Yes.
In which branch?
United States Army.
Well, thank you for serving the country, sir.
Just doing my job.
That's actually interesting. I wasn't sure what I wanted to talk about until I called Jeff, but maybe the Afghanistan piece. I don't know if your other guest has an opinion on it, but
it's among the things that we were going to get to. There's the Floyd trial to get to, the additional what seem to be weekly killings of unarmed black folks. You know, there's a lot of things that I'm very fortunate. Mac is a well-versed man, extremely intelligent and eloquent. He doesn't need me to say it. You can hear it. There's a bunch of things that we can touch on, but just what's, you were kind enough to call us. You tell me, you know, we've been on here for a year. You tell me what's on your mind.
Well, you know, it's interesting because when I was 18, it was 1990, and I went off to college, and that's when Iraq invaded Kuwait, and that really actually kind of politicized me quite a bit. So I've never been an expert on, the Middle East, but it feels like my whole adult life, like our international policy has been a thing that, has really shaped a lot of our political discussions, and of course 9/11 and all that. But in terms of Afghanistan, I do think Biden is basically right. It's just hard to imagine that we can do any good there. And I really think it's historically true that no country or empire or nation has ever successfully, occupied or conquered Afghanistan. But it's also really hard.
Quote unquote Western industrialized colonial power has ever won an armed conflict in what is now Afghanistan. And by the way, those borders are so arbitrarily drawn. Right. They were drawn, essentially by the colonial powers after World War I and some after World War II. Afghanistan itself is essentially a thought. It's an experiment. You're talking about a large group of folks who are, and not all, obviously, not all, especially the female population, but the male population is happy to live in the 11th century. The female population is not. They would like to do simple things like, go to school, educate themselves. If they choose, maybe choose to have children rather than be forced into marriages and things like this. But bottom line to your point, I think is very well made. No Western European, Western colonial power has ever conquered this territory, ever. Alexander couldn't take it. The Romans couldn't take it. The French couldn't take it. The Russians couldn't take it. And now we can't.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I think in terms of our own domestic politics, I saw a thing that Pew Charitable Trust, I think they do really good surveys, but they had which issues matter to you? Which issues do you think are a major problem? And there was a laundry list of 18. International terrorism was one of the lowest among both Republicans and Democrats. But I don't want to necessarily put Sergeant Mack on the spot, but I think, if I
that's what he's here for.
Well,
that's what he's here for. We like putting him on the spot. I love putting other people on the spot. I'm here every week.
But there's two things that go through my mind, in addition to the fact that I feel like we should get out. The second is, I don't know how as a political leader and as a country, we tell the people who served and were injured and died there, we goofed, right? And I think that's been true in Vietnam and in the current Iraq war. And so that I think that lingers and affects how people think about it. And the other is what you just said, the people in Afghanistan. I mean, this may be a very flip thing to say, but in my head, my heart goes out to them. And I feel like if we're leaving, we should do something. I don't know what it looks like, but we should make it as easy as possible for anybody who wants to immigrate to the United States or somewhere else to go, right? Because it's kind of like, we broke your country, sorry.
Well, stay on the line, Jordy. You don't have to go anywhere. Mac, your thoughts to what Jordy's mentioning here as far as walking away from a population. What did we actually achieve? How quickly is it going to be lost? What are the effects on how the rest of the world views what's left of the United States, or at least the idea that used to be the United States? And what does it say to your fellow servicemen who served there, the ones who died, maimed, injured? Folks will never be the same. That we are finally, because again, I think I'm in Jordy's camp. I'm thrilled we're finally leaving after 20 years. But what does it say on these other, in the vein of, well, geez, we, tried pushing that rock up a hill for 20 years. We're just going to run away and let it roll down and crush the town. What does it say?
I did a deployment to Afghanistan in 2010. And I was in Fob Sharana. And I can tell you that Afghanistan is going to go on as Afghanistan does. The 20 years that we spent there, the lives that we lost, the money that we spent, and all for nobody really, you can't really put an actual, well, this was the reasoning. You can't really put that on Afghanistan. I mean, with Iraq, we had WMD, we had Saddam and this supposed mix-up between, collaboration between Saddam and bin Laden, which turned out to be all of it false.
Yeah, exactly.
But with Afghanistan, I think at a certain point, America completely forgot why we were there. And a lot of the people that I served with, a lot of the men and women who went over and didn't come back, we're going to feel a way when we're gone. When the last troop is out of Afghanistan, those of us who have actually been there are going to feel a certain way. Now, I've always said that I was not the guy that went behind the wire and got shot at or anything like that. I was always, I've worked on the forward operating base, or a FOB, but I did see, I saw people coming back after being shot and things like that. So for me, it's going to be a very bittersweet moment. But in the overall grand scheme of American exceptionalism and empire building and things of that nature, there are going to be a whole lot of people who are going to see Afghanistan the same way they see Vietnam. Now, again, I don't speak for the Department of Defense. I don't speak for any of those people. I'm long past, speaking for them. But at a certain point, we even forgot we were there. Americans went on about their business. They went on with their lives. We still do the 9/11 celebrations and things of that nature, but people forget right after that, in October 2001, we went into Afghanistan and we've never came back. We're now ending something that, you're right, it has been 20 years ongoing, but people forgot about it. To the people who served and went to Afghanistan, be it one time or 3 or 5 or however many times, it's going to mean something to us. To the American populace, it'll mean nothing. It will absolutely mean nothing, because the American populace forgot we were there in the first place. I think that speaks to some of it would say war fatigue. Some people would say just not remembering. Some people just forgot completely and they were just over war. The people that actually went there, myself included, are not going to forget it. And Afghanistan will be Afghanistan September 12th, 2021, because Afghanistan is always the way Afghanistan is. It does not change, and it never will. The Taliban will still be there. The warlords will still be there. The poppies and opium will still come from there. They will still have high illiteracy. They will still have 11th century thinking, and they will go on. That is how Afghanistan is. It's not just the fact that no Western colonial power has ever conquered Afghanistan. It's not that they hadn't tried. It's just there are certain places in the world where
keep trying over and over and over again.
Exactly. There are places in the world that no matter what you do to them, they will remain the same. Afghanistan is Afghanistan. It will always be that way. The people it served will have a feeling about it. The people who were left here in America will go, oh, well, we're not there anymore. And the Afghanis will still be the Afghanis the next day. That's how that country is. The only thing I'm going to remember, and this is fun, this is a little funny part of it. So friends of mine, when we were there, found a turtle about yay big, about that big. They painted the shell back red with a black diamond in it and let it go. That turtle will still be, he's probably still there. That's how I look at it. They painted a turtle, let the turtle off in the loose, and that turtle is probably still alive. That's Afghanistan.
But
no matter what you do to it, it's going to still be the same.
Right. And I love that anecdote of the turtle. I, of course, because my mind goes there with picturing him stepping on the landmine. But I mean, what do you think about, do we have either a moral obligation or is there a political calculus or a sort of national debt to Afghani people? Like not the Taliban, not the warlords, but the people who've been suffering through all of this, have we, and I don't know that there's a right answer. I'm just curious what you think. Cause I mean, for me, at least that keeps me up at night some, right? Like our tax dollars, our military, our reputation were involved in 20 years of war. And what if you were born in 2003 and you're a 17-year-old Afghani? Do we owe that person something?
We owe the people of Afghanistan something, but it's going to probably end up being the same way we do with Vietnam. Eventually, we will come around to it, and it'll be a new, fresher administration. They will look at the cost of war, and it will look at what the Afghanis suffered from or how they suffered, and we will make some sort of a reconciliation deal where some government money will go to them and will in the form of grants or something like that. And it will be the oops, my bad part of it. But for right now, in order for us to look at it as saving face or leaving with victory or leaving with honor, we won't talk about it. We will not. But it will probably, I'd give it about another decade, give it about another 10 years. And it'll be quietly, the Senate will pass a resolution stating that this amount of money will be paid to the Afghan people for war debt and things of that nature. And we'll make a big scene out of it. We'll get the Afghani president, he'll come to, the Rose Garden and, well, we did Afghanistan 30 years ago, this and third, and the Afghani president will say something nice and there'll be a check passed or something. And it'll go to a school or, I don't know, it'll help some people, farmers or something like that. And it'll be the end of it. It'll be the same thing we did with Vietnam. It will never turn into the touristy, hey, I remember going to the mall in Afghanistan. It will never turn into that. But I give it about a decade and some new administration, some young Democrat or some young Republican will make a big show of us, giving back to the people who we harmed. But as it stands right now, unless Biden is planning on something big that nobody knows anything about, no. I give it about, like I said, I'd give it about a decade. And then they'll talk about some sort of a reconciliation. Now, it's not going to help the children who were teenagers who are now adults because of in this situation. it's not going to help maybe somebody who lost a family member or something like that, because there's not a price you can put on a dead husband or a dead son or anything like that. But we'll make a show of it, and we'll show that they'll make something called probably Afghanistan healing, and you'll have old soldiers like myself as, hey, you want to do a kind of a tour over in Afghanistan and show that America still cares and we love the people. And yeah, I'll volunteer for that. But as far as any long-term change, that's not what we do. We wreck shop and leave. The cleanup will have to come in the form of, okay, we know we were here and we're sorry, but we had to get that guy. And that's why I said it'll be some showy thing, or somebody will sign a check and the Afghan president, the current Afghan president, will show up or whatever. And they'll show like this peaceful thing where there's handshaking and hand holding and things of that nature. But Afghanistan, the people in Afghanistan are not going to forget we were there. But life is going to go on. They are going to be Afghanis tomorrow morning. And as far as we are concerned, we have an obligation to ourselves to think about what took 20 years for us to get there. But the Afghanis are simply going to look at it as they were there, they fought, we left. And that was it. That's Afghanistan. That is how Afghanistan is. Money matters to them. So does pride and family and things of that nature, but you're not going to be able to, there isn't a price tag or an amount of exposure or anything we could give them that is going to take away what we've taken. And there's no way to get that back. So like I said, give it about a decade, you'll see.
This might be a good time to remind folks, not just the two of you, you probably know this story, both of you, but everybody listening and watching, if you have not heard this story, I'm going to lay one on you. After September 11th, 2001, one of the first governments to decry the act was the Taliban government of Afghanistan. They offered the George W. Bush administration, they offered them bin Laden. Said, he's here, you can have him. The only stipulation was they wanted the legal court type, which is a bad way of putting it. I'm at a loss for words at the moment. They wanted the proof. They wanted the evidence. And they were willing to turn him over to a third country, a neutral country. And even not so much of a neutral country. They were willing to turn him over to Western industrialized powers, allies of the United States. But the George W. Bush administration said, nope, we'd rather bomb you instead. Because they wanted the oil pipeline that the Taliban had forbidden. They wanted that oil pipeline completed. They wanted whatever minerals are there. And Halliburton, of which then Vice President Cheney used to be their CEO, and while he was vice president, by the way, continued to take a check from them. They were on the verge of financial collapse. They are now one of the largest corporations on the planet, entirely out of U.S. defense budget dollars. So we could have never gone there in the first place. The only thing the Taliban government said is that we want bin Laden treated as a criminal, not as a prisoner of war. We want to see the evidence, and we'll turn him over to a third country. I believe their initial suggestion was The Hague. And then try him. And if he's guilty, he's all yours. Put him away for the rest of his life. But the George W. Bush administration wasn't willing to do that. They wanted war. They wanted war because war is profitable to everyone except the indigenous Afghan population and the young men and women fighting it like Sergeant Mack. Because let's remember, a very disproportionate percentage of our military are folks of color. Poor and folks of color, because it's the only opportunity that they have. And Afghanistan, of course, then gave the W. Bush administration an open door into Iraq for what we now know are completely false reasons. Trillions of dollars absolutely wasted. And by the way, when you hear in the mainstream media that we've spent 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion, I think that is a gross underestimation of the amount of money we have spent on these wars and these quote unquote war on terror related conflicts and actions. Senator Sanders has put the value of these things, and that's talking Somalia and the Libya and these war on terror related actions, which by the way are going on that most of the American people don't even know about, and completely, of course, not authorized by Congress. Senator Sanders has put the cost at over $10 trillion. What could we do in this country with another $10 trillion? So, Jordy, I apologize. I cut you off there. You were talking to Sergeant Mack, but I think that story is extremely important, that the entire thing could have been avoided. But nobody would have made any money that way.
I was going to go to the dollars, and I just did this now while I was listening to you all. But we spent, and this is their different estimates, but purely on Afghanistan through 2019, it seems like we spent close to $1 trillion. And if you divide that by the population of Afghanistan, that would have been $20,000 per person.
Yep, I think that is a gross underestimation.
Let's just go with it for my argument.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. And if you search it, you're not going to get a real dollar figure on the internet. But I'm just saying, I think it's a, for the sake of what we're discussing here, I think it makes the math simpler. But I think that is just a gross underestimation of that amount of money.
So the GDP per person, so the amount of basically the size of the Afghan economy is about a little under $20 per person.
Yeah,
so
I think they have
my point is,
I think their yearly GDP is in the neighborhood of $2 billion. That's it, $2 billion.
Right.
We give away $3.2 billion in Pennsylvania to the fossil fuel industry every year.
Exactly. There you go. So, I mean, someone who's, works inside the Beltway would say I'm being too flip, but we really literally could have given everybody in Afghanistan 50 times what they make annually over the last 20 years. And would that have made a better difference? I mean, probably, for God's sake, just buy all the poppy, just buy it and burn it.
Imagine giving that money to the female population of Afghanistan. All the science and data through history tells you that when women are empowered, when they are educated and empowered, their home nations run better. They have better economies. They have better wealth equality. They are more peaceful. They have better educational systems. Can you imagine giving the women of Afghanistan that kind of money, bringing them, I know it's become a joke over these years, but literally bringing them out of the 11th century. And my goodness, even if we brought them up to the 17th century, what a huge leap forward that would be. I think you're right, Jordy. I think we could have just dropped cash and probably reset, maybe is the right word, hit a reset button on what is a Stone Age country or a minimum medieval.
The other thing I wanted to bring up is America has to stop being used to this idea that our exceptionalism is at the hand of a gun. We could have given the Afghan people money. The other thing we could have done is left them alone. Mm-hmm. Like you were saying, Jeff, with that particular story, they wanted war.
Thank you for ringing in, Jordy. I don't know if you meant to hang up, but regardless, thank you for being part of the program. I genuinely appreciate it. I really, really do. Thank you. Phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. For some reason, the the Facebook video is extremely blurry. I haven't got a clue why. It probably has something to do with the internet. But if you're with us on Facebook, hang in there. As long as you can still hear everything, you're good to go. It's primarily a radio show anyway. This is a face made for radio. Now, Mac is a handsome dude, but nobody wants to see this white face. So hang in there. I know it's blurry, but hang in there. You know, stick with us. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. My apologies, Mac. Please go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. It's fine. So we as a country believe in the idea that might makes right. And that's perfectly fine for certain instances when force is met with force and things of that nature. But the other sad aspect of the 20 years that we spent in Afghanistan is just how much time that we lost.
Right.
And the idea that somehow this, the idea that somehow this still makes us tough. And Americans are used to that. Americans are used to the swagger of our toughness. But at what cost? You know, men and women leaving their families, leaving home to go to a place where on their best day, at their very best, they might change one person's life for an hour. You're not going to change them over the course of 20 years. It's not going to happen. And I think Americans really need to stop this idea that we're mighty because it's almost like our nuclear weapons are the bullets in a gun. It's our one man against the Mongol horde with the one guy with a 6-shooter versus the Mongol horde mentality taken on a global stage. You know, it's heartbreaking when you think about it.
I've stated on the program before, Mac, that I think one of the only things, and I mean one of the only things, because the United States is such a massive global outlier, for-profit health, for-profit education, the massive proliferation, he tried to say, of weapons. 400 million guns in a country of 330 million, 25% of all the privately owned firearms on the planet, a massive wealth inequality. That our nuclear arsenal might be one of the, and the 800 something military bases in 180 something countries might just be the only thing that continues to make the United States relevant.
It does.
We have a nuclear arsenal.
It does, and we're not putting out anything into the world that helps productively. There is no, okay, well, America's brought this to the table. I made a joke about this. It was a TikTok video because a guy asked, what's your country's biggest flex on the rest of the world? And I said it. We have short man complex. We're armed to the teeth and we have nukes. We are the people that if the world was meeting in a room and they're discussing things, America kicks in an open door, puts their mud-covered, feces-covered boots all over the table. The minute somebody says hi, we drop all of our nukes and all of our weapons and our genitalia on the table. Then we start looking at each other. We start looking at people, holding on to our genitalia, saying, you feel lucky, punk? Start something. Start it. And then everybody's like, whoa, America's here. And they tripping again. Then we pee on the table. Somebody told me.
Mark our territory.
Yeah. Then somebody told me, said, oh, yeah, and don't forget we pass gas on the way out the door. Well, yeah, we do. But that's America. For us to end something that we've been in so long, as long as Afghanistan, we still have Republicans who are saying it's too soon. We're giving away the game. You're alerting the enemy of what's going to happen. Who? We've been there 20 years at this point. They know us better than we know ourselves. But we'd rather have that flex on the world than to admit that we are not perfect. America's not that great. We would love to, if we had the gumption to steal better ideas from different countries, we'd have universal health care, or we'd have a livable wage, or we wouldn't have wealth inequality, because we would have just stolen the ideas from a different country. Oh, well, Canada has universal health care. We're going to steal their idea and call it Patriot Care. Oh, wow. This country over here offers this amount of leave for families or women who are having babies. I know, we'll steal it and call it Freedom Leave. We don't steal these things, but we like to pretend like everything we have is great. And as long as America continues to think like that, we'll never get anything solved. Us ending Afghanistan and people still saying that it's too soon and we're giving up the game. How much more, like, how can you sleep? How do you stand in front of a camera using English words and talking to people saying that? How do you open your mouth and say it's too soon in Afghanistan? Oh, it's too soon. So what, the next 20 will stamp out the tail? What are we doing right now? And it's just, when something like this ended, I'm pretty sure people from at the time that Vietnam ended were thinking the same thing. Okay, so what did we gain from this? What did we learn from this? And it just seems like from Vietnam to Afghanistan, what we learned is the defense contractors want their money. Halliburton wants his money. KBR wants his money. And they're going to find a way to do it.
Remember, one of the largest exports of the United States right now, fossil fuel products and arms, military armaments. One of the only things that we quote unquote make in this country. And by the way, so many of our military arms are made with computer chips made in China. If we were ever to think that we were going to have a military conflict with China, how quick before we run out of weaponry because we can't get new computer chips? And your buddy's behind you. I see your buddy. That's awesome. That's great. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Sleep. The dog's over here at the doorway.
That's great. I love it.
Knocked out. Yeah. My little office area is starting to come up a little bit.
That's great. I love it.
We don't think in terms of what's best for our populace. We look at the next threat. We've gotten the fact that we have so many items that were made and created in China, but China's our next big guy. We got to take on the big guy. It's like we're in a prison movie and we just want to punch the big guy every place we go, even when we're one of the big guys. You know, oh well, China seems to be bucking up. Let me square my shoulders in case China wants some. And China's looking at us like, what are you doing? Why are we trying to fight? Now, I'm not saying that they're not brutal regimes across the planet, but if we're not taking them on for some humanitarian needs, why are we trying to pick fights with people, you know, to show off? It's too much. To me, it's just too much. It continues to be this idea that American exceptionalism is the reason we go to these places. No, we go to these places because defense contractors want to get paid. We have a pay-for-play media that, oh, well, here's a house fire, 5 people died. We got to get both sides. There's no both sides. It's a house fire. 5 people died. There's no both sides to it. Our education system keeps teaching our children the same standard issue mess. They're not really learning anything outside of that, but we're all teaching them how great they are. We're creating more and more problems that the next generation is going to have to deal with. We'd rather kick the can. You know, I would rather our country be thieves. Still good ideas. If I had to choose between a country that can blow you up in a few minutes or a country that steals your ideas and makes them better, or they'll slap their name on it, I'd much rather have a country that stole good ideas. Steal the government, socialism / the capitalist government of Iceland. Steal that. Go ahead. Steal that. Steal the national health care from Great Britain. There you go. Steal that one. I can live with that. Oh, look, we've got the same type of health care that the Brits have, and we called it freedom care. Okay, I can live with freedom care. Freedom care is good. Freedom, these countries have a livable wage. They pay their people $20-something an hour. We're going to steal that idea and call it America wage. There's the minimum wage. There's America wage. America wage is $23 an hour because you deserve it. Okay, you stole that from Norway, but okay, we'll call it that. I would be okay with that.
Mac, would we really be, when we look at Germany or any of the nations of Western Europe that were just devastated by World War II, the Marshall Plan nations, are we really stealing back ideas that we gave them in the first place?
Yes.
We seem to forget that the German Constitution was largely written by the United States. Mm-hmm. It's loaded. It's saturated with New Deal policies.
We have a group
built
of people
into their Constitution, but yet, if you listen to the right, we don't want to be like Europe or America.
We forget
that modern Western European continent is America.
Mm-hmm.
It's just an older America.
Exactly.
It's America before Reagan.
We forget that Eugene Debs lived. We forget that Henry Wallace lived. Oh, we'll never have socialism in this country. We had a socialist political party, and they ran a presidential candidate who was in jail at the time. So it's not like these things are new. They're new to the Fox News, Echo Chamber, One America, Newsmax.
Yeah, I was going to increasingly One America and Newsmax, increasingly. Yeah,
exactly.
Fox doesn't go far enough.
Exactly. They'll tell you. Yeah. I've heard a guy say that. I stopped watching Fox because it became too liberal. But
yeah, the habanero peppers weren't hot enough. We had to go ghost pepper.
Yes. So when you hear somebody say something like, well, socialism will never come here. Socialism's always been here. People say, well, we should stop giving out foreign money, and what do we get for it? But we'll use Israel as an example. Will we give Israel billions of dollars?
I believe it's in the neighborhood of $6 billion a year.
$6 billion a year.
May not sound like a lot, but if somebody handed it to me in an envelope, I'd take it.
And they have universal health care.
They're leading the world in vaccinations.
Yes. So that idea is literally a taxpayer-funded idea, an American taxpayer-funded idea. Do we even want to try to steal that idea back or bring it back? No, of course not. We have low information voters, low information Americans, low information people in this country they get told what to say. They get told this is the idea. The Tucker Carlsons, the Sean Hannitys, the Graham Lesters of the world will tell these people something that they refuse to challenge, to find anything else out about it. They believe it's true. And when you say something like, oh, we're ending Afghanistan, the first thing out of their mouth is usually talking points. Well, the enemy's going to win. What do you mean they're going to win? We've been there for 20 years, but they're still going to win. When you have this level of low information people running your country or being in your country, things like universal health care and socialism and things of that nature scare them because they don't want to challenge anything. That's why I said at a certain point, people forgot we were in Afghanistan. They forgot we were at war. Mm-hmm. That's low information people. Those are the people who, if you told them we were still sending troops to Afghanistan, would not believe you. So you end up in a situation where this low information person is just now realizing we're going to end a war. The very first thing they're also going to say is a talking point. Well, the terrorists are going to win. They're going to come back. They're going to follow us home. Because that was the big thing.
Right.
That was the big thing during.
Get them over there so they don't get us over here.
Exactly. So now they're going to repeat that talking point 20 years later. And that is America. In a nutshell, that is America. Repeating old tropes that people heard from someone else as an excuse to never do anything. I'm so glad that President Biden announced that we were leaving Afghanistan, because at this point, when he even said it himself, when would be a good time? If this is too soon and we're giving away the game, when would be a good time? He's forcing Americans to question this particular. You tell them we've been there 20 years, and then Joe Biden looks in the camera and says, "What would be a good time? When would be a good time to leave? When would be a good time for us to finally end this?" And I think that needs to be the way people, if you're running for any sort of public office, I think that's the level of straight talk you need to have. When someone brings up, well, we can't afford universal health care. Well, when would we be able to afford it? After we end this war, after we repeal this tax cut, don't you think we could then afford it? I mean, put these things to people. I made a series of TikToks today talking about gun violence. And what I said was perfectly fair. It was a very fair, down the middle sort of thing. Number one, we need to stop, mythologizing the Second Amendment. Number two, we need to stop mythologizing the gun. And if people are the problem, it's time for Americans to break bread, get some raised taxes so we can help get better mental health for people who commit mass shootings. But the moment you do that, low information person goes, well, I don't want to pay for it. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot have endless wars in Afghanistan and have the ability to forget that we're over there. Americans are afraid to put skin in the game. And I think that speaks to the apathy and laziness of the American populace, where they do not want to put any skin in the game. If it forces us to look at anything within ourselves, we don't want to do it. So yes, I'm glad that Joe Biden stood out in front of a camera, in front of a microphone, with people who could hear him, and said, we are ending the war in Afghanistan on September 11, 2021, 20 years after it started. And then waited for people to say, well, this, and he gave it to them straight. When would be a good time? Americans need more of that. We need more people to say, we had a pandemic happen in this country. We needed better health care than what we have right now. Well, you're going to get low information. People say, well, we can't afford it. When will we be able to? What can we get rid of that Americans spends too much on so that we can have this? Because we need it. We need it. What can we stop having? Oh, the corporate tax cuts. No, do you feel good if we got rid of the corporate tax cuts? Do you think we could have universal health care? We have an epidemic of gun violence. Okay, you want to say guns are inanimate objects? Fine. Then we need to do something with the people who are doing the mass shootings. That's going to require you to put some money in the pot so we can have better mental health facilities to get these people. As long as Americans can do something without them having to put anything into it, we will continue to be the way we are. That's just my feeling.
7:30 Eastern time here in my humble second bedroom. Our first anniversary of the Kennedy Effect. We've had several guests. We had a couple calls, the way it's supposed to be. By the way, he should be having lots of calls every week. We've had a couple of phone calls. Our first anniversary of the Kennedy Effect. Thrilled with everybody who's taken part in the program today. A lot of activity in the comments section, the chat, as we like to refer to it, on Facebook. No one has tweeted, but I can't exactly say that breaks my heart. It is what it is. It's Twitter, but whatever. I mean, we do have a Twitter page. But listen, anywhere that you are on Facebook, that other side of information is the home page. That other side of information is the home group page. Come on over there and join what has been quite a lively chat and is still going on. Usually this time of the program is when the chat starts to die down. Not tonight. Still going and still going hot. I thank Mac for that. That's his. I'm giving him all the credit for that one. Call the program. You can call the program. The phone line is currently open. Like I said, we've had a couple of calls. We love phone calls. We love interaction in any way, shape, or form. The comments in the chat, tweets, but especially phone calls so we can talk to you. 267-227-9189 is the phone number for the program. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. The phone line is open. Feel free to jump in, ask us anything. It is our first anniversary program. We have been with you for a year, and it has been, depending on how you look at it, both a quick and very, very long year. We need to keep it going, and we need your help, and we want you here every week. Every single one of you is important to us, regardless of where you listen, how you listen, whether you watch the recording later in the week, when you're with us live. But it's just one of my big bugaboos is that I want phone calls. I want to do, the proper actual real talk show. We want phone calls every week. We want to hear from you. We want you to interact with us. So call the program. There would be no Tom Hartman program without callers. There'd be no Randy Rhodes without callers. There'd be no, who else am I forgetting? David Packman's. There's no Stephanie Miller. These shows would not exist without phone callers, and we're simply trying to do, I guess, it is a very traditional format, but yet do it in our own way, do it with our own personalities, and we want you to be a part of it. So please feel free to give us a call. The phone line is open. We will take the program at least until 8 o'clock, unless we are engrossed in an excellent conversation, and we'll blow past it like we usually do and go to 9. But right now we're going to go at least to 8 p.m. Eastern. The phone line is open. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Mac, I would be remiss if I did not ask you about something that I posted on that other side of information earlier today, and that is an article from The Guardian, my favorite source, not my only source, but pretty much my favorite source, that the Texas State Senate, I believe it is, has passed legislation making it legal to carry a firearm without a permit. Concealed carry, just if you feel like it. Now, it occurs to me a lot of different things. One, this is what the Republican governmental structure in Texas always does. When something has become a massive cluster, i.e. the power grid, or the fact that the demographics are changing and the state is becoming purple, they do something like this. I am drawn to the thought that even the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who argued for the who kind of argued for the universality of the Second Amendment in the Heller decision, but was also quoted as saying that the Second Amendment is not universal, that it does include restrictions. We always seem to very conveniently forget, since we were talking about Afghanistan, the well-armed militia clause of that amendment. And it also seems to be a way that I think most of us recognize by now. We're just throwing more and more money at the weapons manufacturers. Profit. But I guess what I would like to kind of pat myself on the back for is what I think is a bit of advanced thinking. At least I pride myself for it. And I've certainly stumped quite a number of Republicans, including good, fine, decent folks who are veterans and have served like yourself. So So I want to ask you a question that is semi-rhetorical, and then I'll get out. You'll know where I'm getting. Why is the Second Amendment, especially among the original first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, which are personal liberties and rights? FDR, of course, wanted a second Bill of Rights that would be largely economic. Most of the Western European nations already have an economic Bill of Rights, by the way. We gave it to them. Why is the Second Amendment more important than all the other amendments? And why, if it is so much more important, it is the one amendment that can deny you all of your other constitutional rights? Because it's hard to exercise your freedom of speech and right to petition your government, right to vote, if you're dead. So why is the Second Amendment more important than all the others? You're still muted, Mac. Oh, you might be having some technical difficulties. That is the point at which I have asked many, many, many self-identified conservatives and Second Amendment advocates and so on and so on. And I have never, and I truly mean never, received a good answer. When I was still with the kids, we used to go to reenactments, historical reenactments. There's yearly, annually would be the proper word instead of yearly. There is a World War II reenactment at Jacobsburg State Park. And it's really cool because I think we tend to think of reenactments mostly as a Civil War. This is a World War II one. It's always very cool. Because it is a way of making history come alive for you. There are folks there's obviously plenty of folks dressed up as American soldiers, German soldiers. The last time we went, there was actually a young man dressed as a Slovak partisan, which I thought was super cool. But many of these reenactors are former military themselves. They are not all. Nothing's universal really in a country of 330 million people, but largely they are former military themselves, or they are the sons and daughters of military, sons and daughters of reenactors.
Yep.
And inevitably I will find myself get into a Second Amendment argument. And it's painful. It's genuinely painful. But the one question, no matter how many Republicans I run into, including self-identified Republicans that I consider friends, and I would like to think they consider me friends of them as well, is why is the Second Amendment more important than all other amendments? They will genuinely look at me with a bit of puzzlement, not knowing where my argument is going. My argument always goes in the same direction. Obviously, the Second Amendment is more important, and you place it above a level of all other amendments because it's the one that can kill you. It's the one that's designed in a way, not the way I interpret it, but the way the modern militant gun advocate represents it. It's the one that can kill you. You can't have a trial of your peers if you're dead. You can't petition your government for redress if you're dead.
You're dead.
You can't express your 14th Amendment, 14th, I think I have right, amendment to a vote if you're dead. And as we saw from January 6th, by the way, there's no presidential succession if the entire line of succession is dead. So why is the Second Amendment, Mac, I guess I'm sort of putting you or asking you to put your brain in their brain, which is a frightening thought. But why is the Second Amendment more important than all the others?
It is because it's the one that people remember the most. It's the one that the moment you decide, or the moment your father decides, someone in your family decides that you need a gun and they're going to take you someplace to buy one, it's the only one that matters. Because Americans do not know what is in these amendments. They have no idea. They believe that the First Amendment means that they can say whatever they want and you cannot say anything to them. They believe that the Second Amendment means that they can own whatever gun they want to take over a tyrannical government that has never done any tyranny to them. And that's
Which, by the way, is nowhere in the original language of the Second Amendment. And if you read all of the notes from the Continental Congress, Constitutional Congress, and the Federalist Papers, nowhere was that ever even a passing thought as to keep the public armed in case of a tyrannical government. The original militias kept all of their weapons at the armory, not at home, the armory. If you were a member of your local or state militia and were called to action, you first had to go to the armory to get your issued weapon.
But you cannot tell Americans, again, this goes back to the apathy and laziness of Americans. What Texas did was basically, it's their little poke in the eye. You know, at a certain point, Texans are just going to say that you can carry a gun everywhere you go, stand your ground no matter where you're standing, and kill someone. And they're going to be perfectly okay and perfectly happy with it, because that's how that it's the gun has turned into the only personality trait a lot of people have. It literally is. I have some really great friends who are avid gun owners, but they do so much more than own a gun. I got a friend who is an avid fisherman. He is the king of taking something apart, putting it back together again. He literally created his wife's engine for her truck from scratch. Him and his two little boys were out there day in and day out, busted knuckles, built her engine, put it in her truck. He's an avid fisherman, avid mechanic, but he owns a gun. I got another friend who loves those small, fast motorcycles, follows the motorcyclists all over the world. Both of these gentlemen are conservatives, and both of them own guns. But that is not the only thing about them. We have mythologized the gun. That was America's first mistake. We mythologized the gun. America's second mistake was mythologizing the Second Amendment. People do not know what are in these amendments. I told somebody that the Fifth Amendment meant that you cannot incriminate yourself on the stand. I didn't know that. How did you not know? But then I asked him, I said, what amendment do you do know? Well, I know the government can't tell me what to do. I can say whatever I want, and I can own a gun. There you go. That is American apathy. That is American apathy as a whole. And what Texas did was encourage that apathy. Why are you thinking about deregulation? Here, take your gun to Chipotle. Hey, wait, whoa, what do you mean you're thinking about your senator going down to Cancun during a freak ice storm in the state? No, don't do that. Take your gun to the kiddie pool. It's what people do. It's how people operate. And the sad aspect of what Texas did is it ends up becoming where mass shootings happen. And then when those mass shootings do happen, because they will, what's the other aspect of that? We go into, well, now's not the time to talk about guns.
Isn't it always? It's never the time.
Exactly.
Never
it is a perpetuating problem that we will continue to allow. We kick the can down the street. We have a very uneducated populace. We have a very overly armed populace.
A fertilizer plant blows up in Texas. Now is not the time to talk about.
It's just not the
safety regulations. It's just not the time. We've thoughts and prayers.
And that's what we do. That is how Americans operate. Texas is literally the living example of, if I'm going to forget it as soon as you say it, was a state. That's how it is. They knew exactly what they were doing when they pushed this bill, because they knew Greg Abbott was going to sign it. Now, after the freak snowstorm that hit Texas and froze people, and people died, and Ted Cruz went to Cancun, and everybody made excuses, which one do you think is more important? The fact that you're now able to take your pappy's 6-shooter into the bathroom, or the fact that your energy grids went down and people froze to death? But again,
you mean the freak snowstorm that happened in 2015?
Yes, exactly.
And it happened again, the once in a century storm that happened in 2015, and just happened again a couple months ago. Yeah.
So until people start getting more educated about the rights and responsibilities that they have, these laws are going to keep happening. The fact that Texas did this week, in the midst of the trial of a cop who killed an unarmed black man by kneeling on his neck, and in the same state that another cop shot a man because she couldn't distinguish her taser from her firearm. We've had actually today makes 4 mass shootings this week,
and one in Texas, by the way.
That's the one I was talking about. The fourth one was in Texas. In Texas.
Yep.
And we're 3 weeks out from a man going into 2 massage parlors, killing Asian Americans, which brings up the fact that Asian Americans are being attacked because our former president called the coronavirus the Chinese flu, and people have been taking things out on them. In the midst of all of this, Texas decides, you know what? You deserve to be able to take that 6-shooter or that 1911 or whatever you're carrying. You deserve to take it wherever you go. You want to go get drunk with your gun? Go get drunk with your gun. Oh, you want to go to Dairy Queen? Get some ice cream. Pack heat there, buddy, because you never know. Hey, you're having a situation where your wife and you were fighting. Stand your ground. Here's your gun. Texas decided this week. But again, you know why they could get away with it? Because our uneducated, untrained, unbelieving, overly believing, overly caffeinated, overly armed society believes that it could happen at any time. At any time. Jeff, it could pop off right now, man. We're on a Zoom call right now. It could pop off right now, buddy. Right now. You never know, Jeff.
Right. You could come and get me through Zoom.
Exactly. You got to be armed. You got to have virtual guns.
April's here.
But that's what I'm saying.
She'll kick the hell out of anybody.
April could be the one. You could be the one towards April. Your wife could all of a sudden, while downstairs or upstairs or whatever, she could hear this and go, you know what? I've had enough. Mass shooting time. It could pop off at any time. And
we know that the suicides in the home increase exponentially when there is a firearm in the house.
Honestly, one of the biggest reasons I do not currently own a gun is because of that. My wife will be the first person to tell you I suffer from depression. And I have had thoughts of suicide. Again, this is me being an open and honest man. I don't have anything to lose at this point. I do have thoughts of suicide. I have thought about committing suicide. I once told a very good friend of mine that I was having so much fun that if I had a gun, I'd shoot myself. And it got overheard, and I've had 2 hospitalizations in my military career. Again, this is not me trying to get any sympathy. Facts are facts. And by knowing this, I have the means, the opportunity, and the funds to be able to go and get any gun that I want. I haven't gotten one. And my wife will be the first person to tell you that when we brought up this conversation, I said, I'm thinking about going to get a handgun. My wife looked me in the face and said, "Are you sure?" It wasn't, can you shoot it? No, I've shot them for years.
Right.
Do I know how to clean it? Of course I do. Do I know how to load it? Of course I do. My wife looked me in the face to ask me, "Are you sure?" Because she was afraid for my life. But again, I go back to, this is America. This is the problem with America. We have, like I said, a guy I talked to did not know that the Fifth Amendment meant that you do not have to get on the stand and tell that you committed a crime.
Right.
It's self-incrimination. His jaw was on the floor. He was like, "Really?" "Yeah, it's the Fifth Amendment." Somebody in TikTok said, "Well, okay, I'll tell you what. If you repeal the Second Amendment, we'll repeal the 13th and 14th. Excuse me? Wait, whoa. Do you even know what's in the 13th Amendment? Oh, well, I know it's something about slavery. Really? That's the populace that we have in America right now. And it's perfectly okay for coiffed-haired Sean Hannity or coiffed-haired Tucker Carlson, who have enough money to be able to afford bodyguards, to get on television and say they want your guns. They want your gun rights. They are coming to your house. It's okay for them to say that. They got bodyguards. They have bodyguards. Keeping the populace stupid is perfect. It is part of their plan. Yes. But when you get somebody who stands up like myself, and I make little 60-second videos saying, "You know what? Okay, if guns are inanimate objects, then it's time to do people control. It's time to start doing better background checks for people. It's time to start restricting the rights of people to be able to just walk into a store." Now, the fight is on them. The fight is on them. Like I was saying about Joe Biden, sometimes you have to be the person who stands in a person's face and give them no leeway, no out, no nothing. And the fact is, Americans are ignorant about our government. They are ignorant about what our government does. They are ignorant about the rights they have as citizens. They are ignorant about these things.
I would go so far as to say they're ignorant about what the government does not do.
Exactly.
As some of the things it used to do whenever we're having economic discussion.
Yes. We have to stop telling people, this is the same group of people that believe that you can own any gun up into a tactical nuke, are also the same people that believe socialism in the country would be bad. We've had socialism. Right. We've done socialism. Sometimes you have to give the American people no out. You have to look them in
military.
the face. Yes, exactly. Because if you give them a
military and post office and so on,
if you give them a centimeter of wiggle room, you end up allowing them to be stupid for the rest of their lives. Sometimes you have to tell them, Texas is trying to get you killed. They would rather you be blind with your gun, freezing to death in your house, because they're going to deregulate everything because profit margins matter than your life.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And what are they giving you for that? Oh, take your gun to Taco Bell. Now, you can continue to believe that this gun makes you invincible. Doesn't make you invincible against coronavirus. Doesn't make you invincible against cancer. Doesn't make you invincible against repossession of your house. Doesn't make you invincible against catastrophic injury. I didn't have really good insurance. Sometimes you have to make people. You have to send them down a tunnel or send them down a tube and make them deal with that. That's all. All Texas did was allow people to be dumb a little while longer. For a few more minutes.
Maybe a lot more of them.
Yeah, now you got more people. Yeah.
Now think about the folks who would not carry a gun because they know they can't pass a background check or get a permit. Never mind. We don't need that permit anymore.
Exactly. Here, do you have a couple of dollars in your pocket? Here's a gun. Now you feel protected. And that comes from mythologizing the gun. Stop mythology. It's a damn tool. Excuse my French. I'm
reminded of the Family Guy episode where they're in Texas and Brian buys a fifth of Jack and the guy puts a gun on the counter. He says, "What is this?" "Oh, it's Texas state law. Every time you buy liquor, you get a free gun."
Damn it, man.
It's not funny, but it is funny.
267-227-9189. 267-227-9189 is the show phone number. It is open. We've actually had a couple of calls, and guess what? Those folks are still alive and happy. So which means you can call. Nothing bad will happen to you. You have my word. A question for you, Mac, in the comments section on the Facebook page. I don't know if you have two screens going. You're following Facebook, but I have a question. Kristen states, sometimes I feel like these individuals want to play soldier, but without having any real skin in the game. Wonder what Sergeant Mac thinks. Mac?
Absolutely. I had a guy on one of my TikTok videos in the comments section. This was after Lieutenant Nazario was stopped and pepper sprayed and treated like basically a criminal, even though he was in uniform.
Right, in Virginia.
And like most things, there's the easy whataboutism when it comes to any skin that's a little bit darker than Xerox paper. So this gentleman said, "How do we know he was a real lieutenant? I have camo that looks just like that." I said, "Your camo, you equating your camo to play paintball with the camouflage ACU OCP pattern that this lieutenant was wearing shows me everything I need to know about you." We have more myths in this country than in any country on the planet. Some of them we can see. Some of them are hidden. One of the myths that we have is the myth of the one guy 6-shooter, the Horde. The other one is the strong military guy that jumps out of planes and kills all the people. The Rambo guy.
Right.
When you get that mixed up in your head, you forget things. You know, they had a song out a couple of years back. Forgot what band it made it, but it was for the National Guard. And they called it was Citizen Soldier. Yeah. And basically the video was it was military porn. Just call it what it was. I was in the military at the time. I was like, what is this? Why are we watching this? This is stupid. But it's the mythologizing. The serviceman who climbs the hill in Iwo Jima. You weren't that guy. Sorry. You played paintball. But again, when you say that, people get offended because certain things have turned into the realm of certain people. Patriotism is a conservative thing. Liberals can't be patriots. How are you a liberal and a patriot? I can't believe that they let you in the military. Do you not think Democrats want to serve the country too? And nobody's ever challenged it. Oh, well, I guess patriotism is a conservative trait. Owning a gun, that's a conservative trait. Only the conservatives have manly weapons. I guess liberals just don't own guns, and we don't fight these things. When I hear something I can do what the military does, I'm almost military because I play paintball and I know how to do. I'll look them in the face and go, "On my worst day, you couldn't. You just couldn't. I'm sorry. On my worst day, you couldn't do my job." But then that's when you have to prove. If you're a left-leaning liberal person, you have to prove, "Oh, well, you couldn't have possibly been in the military. There's no way you could have been in the military." When she was talking about skin in the game, that's what it is. America is very microwavable when it comes to certain things. Extremely microwavable. Oh, let's talk about gun violence. Well, it doesn't happen to me, so thoughts and prayers. I've done my part. Oh, we've been in Afghanistan for 20 years. Oh, I didn't know that, but we support the troops. There you go. Hands off.
With our Chinese-made car magnets.
Exactly. What is it? What is it? Tom Hagen said in
It's the
Godfather
truth.
Part 2?
I mean, it's the
It
truth.
is.
They are
Support
made
the
in
truth.
China.
Yes, they're made in.
It's the truth.
I said that 5 years ago.
It's the truth.
I said that. I literally said that 5 years ago. I'm like, oh, so you put this made in China yellow sticker on the back of your car, you support the troops.
You're the
It's
Trump.
like American.
You're the Trump 2020 America First with your big Chinese-made flag.
I agree.
Yes.
That says Trump America First. And
So-
your red MAGA hat made in China or Thailand,
Exactly.
Cambodia, because they were made in all those places.
Americans like
Indonesia,
we're like
you're
Tom
correct.
Hagen.
Indonesia's right. Yeah, it's another one. It's
America's like Tom Hagen in the Godfather Part 2. When he goes in and talks to the senator after the thing happened with
Yeah.
the senator,
She
he's
didn't have
like,
any
she has
family.
no family.
Right.
It'll be like
Didn't
she
even
doesn't
exist.
exist.
Yep.
That's America. Until it. So when you bring up things like racism, sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, gun violence,
Senator Rob Portman of Ohio was fiercely anti-gay until one of his kids came out.
exactly.
Then he supported gay marriage. Right. Exactly.
So it becomes a game amongst people who deal with it and people who don't want to. Because the America of the people that don't want to deal with things is very shiny, it's very beautiful. There's a bald eagle, you're eating a hot dog at mom's and mom's apple pie at a baseball game.
Right.
You have the reality-based people on the other side who I had family members that died of COVID. I've had friends that died of suicide. I've had mental health issues myself. I've been broke. I've been homeless. So when you try to explain these things to them, it doesn't jive with their sunny disposition. And that's when you get the Tom Hagen hands. I just don't want to deal with that. Thoughts and prayers. Go ahead.
8 p.m., folks, 8 p.m. We're going to wrap up the program shortly. Just a couple more questions here from my dear friend, Thomas Bishop, Mac Sargent, king of all media, king of all TikTok. I got a couple more questions. A couple more questions that I want to definitely get Mac's opinion on before we release you all back into the world for a Sunday evening as we prepare to get back to work on a Monday. I know I don't want to go. I'm sure most of the rest of you don't either. 8 p.m. Home Facebook page, that other side of information. Still plenty of folks in there. A good conversation going on. Live tweet the program at that Kennedy Talk. The email address for all things The Kennedy Effect, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Hot101.net, main website, Apple App Store, Google Play Store for Android, and the TuneIn radio app. And for all of you current, future, potential candidates out there, local, county, municipal, county, state, congressional, Senate, you name it. Want some campaign advice? Contact me. It's what we do here. Want a fresh perspective? Want a different perspective? You call us. Call me here. It's one of the hats that I wear in this life trying to get through and make a living. We'll transform your campaign. We'll give you a new way to campaign. Lots of new ways to think about all different sorts of ideas. Campaign through the lens of history, because history is proven. 267-227-9189 is the phone number. 267-227-9189. A few more questions from Mac before we release you back into your Sunday evening and I bounce into yet another meeting. Mac, I would be absolutely remiss in my job duties here hosting this program if I did not ask you about the Chauvin trial in Minneapolis. I don't know what more I need to say or add to it other than that. I mean, just, are you optimistic that an actual justice-like verdict will come out? I am actually a bit optimistic, and maybe I'm looking at that through a lens of a different way that I grew up than you. But I do think the prosecution was very, very powerful. I'm just wondering what you, just generally speaking, and we may very well have a decision this week because the prosecution did rest. So we should have closing arguments on Monday. What are your thoughts, generally speaking, on the on the Chauvin trial. I'm sure you've been watching, or at least as much as you can stomach to watch it, because I can't watch a lot of it.
It hurts.
Yeah.
I literally told myself I wasn't going to watch it, so I've just been getting bits and pieces off of it. But I will say this.
What?
I don't have, April can tell you this as well. As Black people, we do not have the gumption for hope. We don't. When an injustice like this happens, we simply wait. Everything in me and everything I've heard from the prosecution tells me that this man is going to jail. But that exact same thing was said when Rodney King was beat. That exact same thing was said when Trayvon Martin was shot. That exact same thing was said when Michael Brown was shot. That's the exact same thing was said when Sandra Bland was mysteriously killed. So
Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor.
Eric Garner, Breonna Taylor. So as Black
New York, people forgot about. They shot up 20, 30 times.
Amadou Diallo. So as a Black person, I do not have the stomach or the compulsion for hope. The only thing I can do is wait. I will tell you this much. Botham Jean sat in his home eating ice cream. Amber Geiger kicked in his door and shot him to death. And she got up on the stand and she did every trope you could possibly think of. I didn't know. She cried. At the end of it, she got a hug. She got the Bible of the judge. She got her hair done, and she got 10 years.
Yep.
Now, I am not the person to tell another person how to deal with grief and death or anything like that. But it showed me in an instant that if Derek Chauvin gets what he deserves, he will stay in jail for the rest of his life. But if he gets what America thinks he'll get or is supposed to deserves, he'll get 10 years. Yep. And in that 10 years, he will have learned nothing. And George Floyd will still be dead.
Get out in 10 and get out in 5.
Yeah, I don't see an outcome in this particular trial that is going to satisfy anyone unless that man spends the rest of his life in jail. Because the narrative, I'll say it in the same way I said it in a TikTok video. Black folks always have to defend not being killed. We always, George Floyd, they started off in the beginning by calling this the George Floyd trial. George Floyd is dead. He's not on trial. Why are we calling it the George Floyd trial? No, it's Derek Chauvin. We had to start there. Then it was, he had fentanyl in his system. Okay, did the fentanyl take the form of a knee to the back of his neck? Because I know what I saw. Then it was, he had a criminal record. Black folks have to always defend ourselves when we're the victims of crime. Every single time. So as far as being hopeful for what happens in this trial, I don't have hope. Yep. I have a realization that man is either going to be convicted, spend a couple of years in jail, or he's going to be let free. I watched the Rodney King beating. Slam dunk, right? Nope. I heard the story about Trayvon Martin. You know what else I heard? I heard Ted Nugent say that boy smoked weed. Like that's some sort out of a justification of a fat wannabe security guard shooting him in the chest.
Well, because goodness knows Ted Nugent never smoked weed.
Thank you. No. So when the body is brown, when the body is black, the justification is built in. Derek Chauvin's either going to jail or he's not. And people's whole thing is, if this is not a slam dunk, if there's not enough people on earth, because you got to remember, George Floyd had a knee on his neck for almost 9 minutes. It was videotaped, it was filmed, and the world saw it. And we still have some people doubting whether or not this man's going to jail. We have some people who are throwing dirt on a dead man's name. So to me, whatever happens, if he goes to jail for the rest of his life, that will be the shock. If he's convicted, okay, he's convicted. We've seen convictions. We've seen what happens when a cop gets convicted. Well, he's done a couple of times served, so we'll go ahead and give him 3 years.
Yep.
A black life is gone. Doesn't matter. Black life is gone. The killer of Tamir Rice didn't even take a second to see whether or not that was a real gun. Yep. And yet, we had to hear about how Tamir Rice might have held on to a real gun and didn't know. Black folks, like, again, we don't have optimism. We don't have this wellspring of hope when it comes to, oh, well, this person might actually get the justice that they did. No. Unless Derek Chauvin spends the rest of his life in jail, which will be the only shocking thing to come out of this, it will not matter. It will not matter.
Right.
I mean,
you heard April there. Just he'll go to a club. He'll go to a country club prison.
Yes, exactly. He will not, because we have a system. We have a people in this country. We have a system in this country that has never truly valued Black life.
From day one.
It has known how to exploit it.
Yeah.
It has known how to exploit it. It knows how to use it. It knows how to demonize it. It understands how it breeds. They know how to call a 13-year-old Adam Toledo a grown man.
Yes.
They know how Michael Brown was this hulking creature.
Yes.
They know that Trayvon Martin was a thug. They don't understand us. I don't think some of them like us. I don't even think some of them tolerate us. So our deaths, no matter how dubious they are, always fall into the category of, well, what did they do? Well, what did they do? He had fentanyl in the system. Oh, well, how do we know Botham Jean wasn't? He had weed in his house. I hope. The only thing I hope is that if he is convicted, he never sees the light of day. That's the only hope I have. Other than that, I have not watched a single ounce of this trial except when it's been on the news or somebody has shown me a clip on TikTok or somebody sent me something on Instagram. And I said that I wouldn't. I don't have the stomach for it. I don't have the stomach for yet another trial of a cop getting away with being able to murder somebody. Like, I don't know how they're going to do Kim Potter's trial. I have no idea. She was out on $100,000 bond, $100,000 bond.
And should not be.
And she should not be out. If the shoe was on the other foot and Devontae Wright shot her, that boy his feet wouldn't touch the ground until he was rolled out of the prison.
Mm-hmm.
He would go to jail, court, conviction, jail, rest of his life. And I think it comes down to, it's not so much if Derek Chauvin is guilty or not. We already know he is. And it's not up to whether or not the jury is going to convict him or not convict him. They've already said that they will. But what does it prove? What does it change? Black folks are still asking, what, can we please just be Black and not get killed? I would love to be able to take my 6-foot frame, earrings and all, bald head and all, tattoos and all, to a mall and do what, if Jeff Kennedy gets bad service at a restaurant, Jeff Kennedy can slam and throw things and everything. And Jeff Kennedy will be asked to leave. If Thomas McCormick goes into a store or goes into a restaurant and gets bad service and flips anything, guess what I just became? We just want fair. No matter what happens in Derek Chauvin's trial, George Floyd is still dead. Yep. And there's every excuse in the world for why he died. That's not fair.
Not acceptable.
There is no fairness in what's going to come out for Devontae Wright's trial. There is no fairness. The gentlemen who killed Breonna Taylor are not being charged with her death. They're being charged with discharging firearms unlawfully or illegally into a housing complex. So her life doesn't even matter. It's just the fact that they shot and other people got killed. The only thing Black folks have been asking for since day one is fairness. It should not be, well, he had a traffic ticket. Oh, well, he had child support issues in the past. If I get killed, I'm still dead. The only thing, again, the only hope we have, the only hope I have is that if he's convicted, he's sent away for a long time. That's it.
267-227-9189, 267-227-9189.
Hey, this is my philosophy on it. And it has to start from somewhere. And we know it's funny because when you hear it, you see it, you see it on TikTok, or you see something where and there's so many more out there being killed that people don't even know about. And that on a daily basis, it's those who make the social media that you get aware of. But for that one social media you don't see, there's 10 more out there that you didn't see. Yep. And this is where society doesn't understand. And this is where our Black and brown, or even white, when you said that we are stupid and ignorant to government and policy, and we know that they made us ignorant to that because they want us to be a dumbing down society so they can continue to do what they want to do.
Exactly.
And what's sad about it is that the police policy is written up so they cannot prosecute their police. So this is why they're asking for Biden to do reform. But what happens is that in the town that you live, you have to be proactive in pushing your town to come up with a policy within theirs to make sure it doesn't happen. Down to it's not about if the cop does it, it's about what are you going to do after they do it. And it's sad because it's the cop, it's the unions, and how they
exactly
in the policy and procedures. So it goes.
Everybody hates unions except for the police union.
Right, and so the union itself makes sure that people don't know that if a cop does something bad, if they're part of a union, even if they're guilty, they know they're guilty, they still provide them a lawyer. And they have it where they can't prosecute them. So if I'm not mistaken, in some of the states, they already passed that. Some of the states recently, since this happened, have passed that law that you can't prosecute their cop even if they kill a civilian. You know what I'm saying? If they claim it's in the line of duty. What pisses me off is how this man down in Georgia shot up the Asian salons. And the cop said he was just having a bad day. He walked away. He didn't walk away dead. He walked away. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He wasn't carrying him away. I'm sorry. He walked away. And there was another shooting recently, and that white young man walked away. The protest down in Florida, where that young man walked past the tankers and shot up the people, and they were screaming to the tankers, he shot us. They got him a whole next day. And he killed 3 people. So this is where it's more deeper than what people understand. And I had to explain to people the terminology of cop, what the police came from. Police don't realize the police force came from being the original slave catchers.
Yep, they were the slave catchers. The slave catchers.
And before then, you have constables. The constables are really above the police. Until today, it's in this town where I live, they can't stand the constables because they know the history of the constables were original police. And so it's so deep that it goes back to that time. So it's that teachings that's there, and it's wounded in them. And so it's not going to change until we totally dismantle and start over fresh. But we know that's not going to happen.
What we end up doing is, when a Black or brown or even a poor white person's death happens at the hands of law enforcement, it becomes a moral issue.
Right.
Always a moral issue. Well, what did they do? Weren't they in a drug house? I've heard they were this. But when it comes to something like a mass shooting, well, there's no morals involved, I guess, because those gentlemen get taken in alive. The gentleman who shot up the movie theater in Aurora, he had a trial. Kyle Rittenhouse, he's going to have a trial if they can ever find him. The gentleman who shot up the two massage parlors, he will have a trial. The gentleman who shot up the high school, he had a trial. So we know that the police can take people in when they pose a threat. But something like, again, something I said on TikTok today, how is it that we have a society where Black people are told to be calm, keep our hands on the steering wheel, don't make any sudden moves, but the cop can be scared for his life, jittery, fearful, but we can't be. Right. We're not even the paid members of the state, but we have to be calmer than a person who has the authority to arrest, injure, or kill us.
Correct.
And until such time as people start to demand, this is one of those things where, and I say this funnily, but it's true, well-fed white folks have to get in the middle of this.
Correct.
Well-fed white folks have got to start demanding this. When it comes from a Black voice, they can dismiss it. Oh, well, where are your fathers? Oh, well, it's moral. Oh, if you pull up your pants or get a job or whatever.
Yeah.
When you start hearing very well-versed corporate entities going, hey, you know, our Black employees come into work every day and they're harassed. I'll never forget when Jon Stewart said that. Jon Stewart said that they sent a correspondent and a cameraman to a place in New York, and the correspondent was harassed. He's in a suit. The cameraman looks like a bum, but they harassed the guy in his suit. So, and he said, if you're tired of talking about racism, imagine how tired we are of living with it.
Right.
Derek Chauvin's not going to get anything more than what he gave George Floyd. George Floyd is dead. And you would think in a society that is both very, very Christian and very, very bloodthirsty, an eye for an eye would be just right up our alley. Well, you killed a man, we're going to kill you. No. He's going to go to prison. He gets to live. His family gets to come visit. He has a chance to appeal. For all the things that they said George Floyd has had going on, he had a criminal record, he had fentanyl, he was a drug addict, whatever. His trial was not supposed to be at the knee of a cop.
Mind you, raping them is crazy, because when they get killed, he's already dead, and they demoralize him again by, like you said, what they said about Floyd. That's always the case. It's always a guilt. You're always guilty of something. It could be something like, well, he shoplifted when he was 13. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They go, the media itself goes above and beyond to make a story. And here, when this man shot up, and it's funny how hushes real quick too. It could be an Asian, Black, Puerto Rican, anybody of skin color. You hear about it for the longest time. They're a little bit lenient on the Asian, though. Let's keep it real.
Yes.
But when you had that young white man, the cop literally said, "Well, he was just having a bad day."
Yep. That one.
You haven't heard him.
That bothered me more than anything. So you mean to tell me this one particular poor little white guy's having a bad day? I think the 8 people, including the 6 Asian women he killed, I think they had a worse one.
Yeah.
Okay. The guy who shot up FedEx the other night. Oh, well, he had a bad day. I think the 11 people he killed might have had a slightly worse one, because they went into work and now they're dead. But those excuses are given when the skin, he came from a broken home. He had mental difficulties. His father walked out on him. So we sympathize with the mass murders. But you can't sympathize with a guy like George Floyd. Even though his death was horrific. People sat there and watched it.
Screamed.
Exactly. I watched it one time. My wife watched it up until the point where he started having those deep
calling for his mom.
Where you just knew he was going to die. And then she turned it off. So, but then they kill our bodies, then they kill our reputations.
Yeah.
that becomes the justification on why they do not convict, or they do not, it was completely justified because they kill our bodies, then they kill our reputation.
Correct. It's twice.
Derek Chauvin is not going to get anywhere near conviction, no conviction. Derek Chauvin is not going to get anywhere near what he gave George Floyd. There will never be any justice for that. If there was, if he got convicted, he'd get the death penalty, but he won't.
He won't.
Again, there is no hope. We're simply just waiting.
And they haven't even sought the death penalty, by the way.
No.
I don't believe that was ever on the table because of the charge that was leveled against him.
You would want, and don't you think something that egregious in public, where people, EMTs, trainers, the people videotaping, the people from the store, don't you think with that level of egregiousness, the death penalty might have been talked about?
Well, I think you nailed it, because it's the hypocrisy of it, isn't it? Because
yes,
again, if roles were reversed, they'd be calling for the death penalty on George Floyd.
Of course, absolutely.
So, and Republicans who love the death penalty, but we don't want to see it in this case.
No,
because you don't want to see the white cop go down.
Exactly. We have a society that no matter how much we want to say we've changed, the lens of color is always going to be there.
Yep.
It is always easier to tear a man's reputation down when they're black and dead than it is to tear down the reputation of a white cop, a white politician, a white anybody. We are, and as long as America, because again, low information people, we're just going to pretend like Martin Luther King made one speech and racism ended. But we're going to welfare babies thanks to Reagan.
Well, remember,
welfare
Supreme
queen
Court,
thanks to Reagan.
The Roberts Court said that racism was essentially done, and we didn't need the Voting Rights Act anymore because we had President Obama.
Exactly. So we're going to, we continue to pretend like race is not a factor in a lot of things. And when we continue to make that pretend, oh, well, we're over racism, we had a black president and Martin Luther King spoke and da-da-da. When something like what happens to George Floyd happens, or let's just go over the past 5 years, the spate of black people being killed unarmed by the police. In every single instance, their background comes up.
Yep.
Who goes after the dead person? If we did that with white criminals who get killed, he wasn't no angel. Oh, well, this beloved person who, the Dapper Don, John Gotti. Oh, no, he wasn't no angel. Sorry. How dare you? You're talking about the dead. Is that not what y'all do?
Yeah.
Why do I know that George Floyd did fentanyl? Why? Why do I know that Breonna Taylor's ex-boyfriend was a drug dealer? That's none of my business, and it still doesn't stop the fact that she's dead. Still doesn't stop the fact that he's dead. Why do we need to know that Trayvon Martin smoked weed at some point before George Zimmerman shot him? Why do we need to know that Michael Brown may or may not have shoplifted? They kill our bodies, kill our reputations, and then they want to go back to their low information. We've all gotten over racism now. We had a black president. Oh, so you don't want to talk about the racism that he faced? Well, that's fake news. That's just fake news. As long as America continues to do that, nothing will ever be solved.
Nope.
People wonder why black folks are angry and distrusting. We have a right to be. We have a right to be. Everything we were told to believe in failed us. The justice system failed us. The government failed us. I made a TikTok and said political parties failed us. They don't know what to do with us. They have absolutely no idea. We're not a monolith until we're a monolith. Oh, well, black folks all vote Democratic. Not really.
Not really.
You all believe it. And that's when you get we're on a plantation. So you get a black conservative. They make money off of this I'm not like them act because they know the rest of the world's going to fall for it.
Tim Scott.
Do you know how, Jeff? Do you know how much money I could make if I started pretending I was Candace Owens? If I went into black communities, or I went on Fox News and said, you know, black people just need to pull up their pants and find their fathers. You know how much money I could make?
Senator Tim Scott.
A lot.
Exactly. Look at I could be the senator from Missouri in a month. In a month. Roy Blunt has literally just said he's retiring.
Yes, he is.
If I wanted that seat, I would put on a nice smart tie. I'm not like them. You know, the black community just needs to get off that crack. And do you know I could get paid from that?
Mm-hmm.
Because they believe we are a block of black granite. And when you get a pebble that falls off to the side, that pebble is the most special granite pebble known to man. Because we are not allowed to be anything like everyone else. That's why nobody knows what to do with us. We are the reminder of slavery. We are the reminder that this country at one point went to war with itself. We are the reminder that people used to sit dogs and water hoses on us. We're the reminder that the Ku Klux Klan came back into existence because D.W. Griffith decided to make a movie where we were the savages and the Klan were the heroes. They don't know what to do with us. So when we die, they're going, okay, you had to be a criminal. I heard in those Dirty Harry movies, they were criminals. Oh, wait a minute. Don't they have a lot of babies? Oh, we'll use that one. Nobody knows what to do with African Americans. So everybody's holding their breath. You got a whole lot of Americans holding their breath because they're just afraid. You had the chief of police for Philadelphia get on television and say that she's preparing in case there's rioting. Lady, the case isn't even in Philadelphia. Why are you standing up here making a declaration that nobody asked you for?
You say it, you incite it. Correct.
Yes. So everybody's holding their breath. Yeah, everybody's holding their breath except for African Americans. We are already prepared for whatever happens. If he gets convicted, he ain't gonna get as much time as George Floyd's death deserves. If he gets acquitted, we already knew it. If there's rioting, it's because we're angry. And America's expecting us to be angry anyway. So here, we're going to feed in you a little stereotype for about an hour or three, a couple of days. We're going to burn something. We're already prepared for it. Black folks have just been sitting here the whole time doing this. We just, arms crossed. We're listening to the information. We're looking at all the experts sit there and talk, but we're just sitting there with our arms crossed. Like, what are we going to do? Either we are going to go back to our churches and our mosques and our homes and talk to our families and give them hugs because this man is no longer on the streets, or we tearing and burning everything down. They expect us to do one of the two. We're waiting. Everybody else is all on the pins and needles like, what could happen? We're prepared already. We are already prepared because, again, America does not know what to do with us. They don't. They can demonize the immigrants, but they can feed off of them. They use the Asians as the model citizens until they're not. Black folks, we bring too much backstory. They don't know what to do with us. And as long as they don't know what to do with us, they will continue to knee-jerk emotionally do things. And they're waiting for us to do something when it comes to this trial. If Derek Chauvin gets convicted and he goes to jail for a very long time, guess what? Our arms are still going to be crossed because Kim Porter hasn't been tried yet.
Right.
Our arms are going to be crossed because they started first class in Fort Jackson, South Carolina might still have his job. Our arms are going to be crossed because Adam Toledo got killed. This is going to be us the whole time. We're just waiting.
Yeah.
Because we know what we have to do. We know what our reaction is going to be. We're just waiting on it. Like, okay, y'all didn't convict him. All right, obviously you didn't want this building. Oh, well, you guys burn up your own city. We've already heard every argument already. Yeah, we burn up our own cities. Now we have a reason. And America will sit there in horror and they'll worry about their local Target burning down. I can't believe they burned down Target. And they will forget. They will forget George Floyd even existed. We won't.
No, you're right.
They will forget that George Floyd had a man kneel on his neck for 8 minutes and 43 seconds. We will never forget. We will continue to carry these names with them. And it will continue to happen. And they might get a conviction. They might go to trial, whatever. Until America figures out what to do with us, our perpetual face is resting. What is it? What they call it? Resting.
Oh yeah, there's a
yeah.
Now you got me thinking of it too. There's a yeah.
It's called resting something face.
It's like
I don't
resting
remember
mad.
what it is.
It's like resting mad face or resting ear too.
That's us.
Something like
that is us.
Yeah.
That is us. They love us when we run the football. They love us when we dunk. They love us when we rap. They love us when we twerk. They don't like us when we smoke weed like they do. They don't like it when we do meth like they do. And when we die, they know we're going to protest. We have this resting face like, okay, now what? That again, black folks don't take the moments to have normal lives and normal moments of happiness. We simply go, okay, yeah, you guys convicted Derek Chauvin. He's in jail. What you gonna do with Kim Porter or Kim Potter? And we will wait. The Ahmaud Arbery trial hasn't even started yet. Hadn't even started yet. 3 guys chase a man down while he's jogging. So our face will continue to go, okay, what's next?
So many, and that's the problem. Understanding that this is deeper than what's going on now, and then the chaos that we went through, which basically took us back 50 years, and understanding that the way that the police and how the law system started was based upon systemic racism. It's so deep, and down to even when people understanding that when blacks were trying to be productive, it was burnt down by those whites who were jealous of the fact that black people knew how to take the land and make it grow, and they took nothing and made it something. How dare you prosper after we give you freedom?
Somebody's great great grandmother or great great grandfather didn't like Black Wall Street, so he burned it down so that their great 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 grandson can tell us how lazy black folks are.
Right.
Good job, buddy. That makes perfect sense.
There's been so many of that. It's been so many of that. People don't understand how deep rooted this is. So in reality, we have a law system that does need to be totally reformed. Is it going to happen?
No.
But based upon how it was formed, and when you start understanding how it was formed, and the teachings are there, as long as you have those who believe in them teachings, it's never going to change.
Nope. And as long as as long as the police departments are given qualified immunity to where they can do the things that they do to black people and get away with it because you can't sue them.
Right.
And they can say that they feared for their life. As long as I feared for my life is the magic shoot a black person credit card. As long as that exists, Americans will always we have too many people believing that the cops are infallible now. That's an issue. If a guy working a computer can be fallible, or a woman working at a grocery store or a restaurant can be fallible, how do you say that the police are perfect? They're not.
They're not. They're human beings.
And you need to see the moment a cop kills somebody illegally, you need to stop looking at them as a cop.
Yep.
But we have too many people that are back the blue and back the blue lines or whatever. They have that crap only because they don't know any better. Because it goes back to you just don't know what to do with us. Right. Your mind says, okay, something about this ain't right. What do you mean this black person reached for a gun with it while he's handcuffed from the back? That doesn't make any sense. But then back to blue, you got to back to blue. Cops got a tough job. So we're going to ignore the fact that you guys, here's a guy that's handcuffed from the back and y'all shot him? He shot himself or something? What is that? But again, that's
yeah. Or should a child that's having a mental breakdown in school because of color, you shoot them. But if that would have been that little white kid having a mental breakdown, which had shot up the schools, he's walked them out. But when that black kid was having a mental breakdown, he took a gun to school for a reason. He took a gun because he was getting picked on and he was scared. You didn't ask questions, you just shoot the kid. But if that was the white kid, you would talk them out. So it's there. It's sad to think about. Is I'm far from prejudice, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
And the thing is, we always have to qualify any criticism of the cops with not all cops. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not. Because if we're going to keep talking about bad apples, if we're going to keep referring to the Chauvins and the Potters of the world as bad apples, then I'm going to need to know, why are the good apples not saying anything? Why do we still have a thing called the blue wall of silence? Correct. Until a cop can explain to me what the blue wall of silence does, other than keeping other cops from snitching, I don't want to hear about it. I will not qualify any criticism of the cops with, well, not all. No, because you have cops, and cowards. That's what you have. You have bad cops, and you have quiet ones. You have bad cops that, oh, well, we don't snitch. We don't talk about things. But you come into black communities and you expect us to snitch. You won't do it to yourself. So I have stopped completely qualifying anything, any criticism of cops with, well, we already know not all cops. No. Because if that was true, there wouldn't be any bad cops on there in the first place. And a lot more people need to do that. A lot more Caucasians, I'm going to say what it is. A lot more Caucasians have got to start seeing cops for who they are. People in uniforms with badges. They are not gods. They are not infallible. They can make mistakes. They can be crooked. They can kill people, and they need to go to jail. Until such time as that happens, why do we always have to say, well, not all cops are bad?
Again,
no.
It goes back to systemic racism. Again, it's built in with the legal system.
It's built in with the cake.
And so what happens is that
baked right inside.
Yeah, and so
inside.
And so that's the problem. So even down to the day that they train, like prime example, when that boy was trying to run and get in the car, you claim you could grab your gun instead of your taser. Bull, why couldn't you shoot out the tires? Why did you shoot him?
What is it about stopping a black person that makes you skittish?
Mike.
What in your training is telling you this? Because if you're a 26-year vet, you don't know the difference between your taser and your gun, and then you shoot, and your first reaction as soon as the car pulls off is, I think I shot him. So what in your training, in your 26 years of being a police officer, being a field training officer, what in your mind made you think that this was a dangerous situation? Why are we dangerous when you pull us over?
Correct.
You've seen black men in suits and ties, and their wives are in nice dresses, and somehow the moment they see that they're black, it's a threat. What is that? Philando Castile told the cop that he had a registered gun in his car, and the conversation escalated to shooting simply because he said, don't touch it. And Philando's like, I didn't. And the cop became fearful. Why? What is in police training that makes you fearful anytime you do a traffic stop with a black person? What legend did you hear of the cop that got his brain blown out because he was stopping a black guy? Are we talking about the guy in Texas? The one that tried to blame Tupac for that? Nah, can't do that one, because if that's the case, then every cop should have that fear.
Right.
But you've had guys that literally, there's a video going around right now where a guy told the cops he had a gun, and a white guy told the cops he had a gun in the car. No, he wasn't getting out. No, he wasn't showing you his license. No, he's not going. Yes, he has a gun. Yes, he'll use it. White guy pulled up the window, told him he was leaving, and drove off.
Yep.
Drove off.
And another one where they blocked, it's on TikTok, where they'll try
I saw that one.
Arrest
the white truck.
Yeah, and I'm like, if that
they blocked him in, backed him out,
they would have shot up that truck and wouldn't even got out of the way.
Yes.
So it's the mindset of how they're being taught. And so to me, it's a psychological thing. They need to also psychologically profile these people. And it's crazy because not everybody needs to be a cop. And also,
and that's the thing. You will never get anybody white to say that. Or you will get white people to say that, but not the majority.
Yeah.
If there's a person, you go by their house and they got a black American flag with a blue line, they're lost. You can't argue with them. You cannot give them a different perspective. They have already made up their mind. These are the same people that if you say Black Lives Matter, they're going to scream all lives matter automatically. Like it's like a Tourette's tick.
Yeah.
The moment you hear they hear Black Lives Matter, they will yell out all lives. Don't know why, don't even ask them why, but they will. We, as a society, America has to change a lot of how they see and do things. But it's going to take us America needs to be honest with itself.
Program.
Yes, we are not the greatest country on earth anymore, if we ever were. And the problems that we have in this country are going to take us to stop lying to ourselves and to deal with them. You know, racism is one of those things America said, I can stop it at whatever I want, then stop it. I believe every cop should be fired and rehire better, smarter cops.
Right.
I think we need to have a very frank conversation about racism in this country. We need to demythologize guns and the Second Amendment.
Correct.
We need to start stealing some of these great ideas that other countries have and use them for ourselves.
Correct.
And we need to change our education system from here's a set curriculum, you're going to learn it and you graduate, to no, here's some stuff you really need to know. You need to know how to do finances. You need to know systemic racism exists. You need to be taught that a woman's body is hers, be it an abortion or a rape. That's her body. Leave it alone. You need to be taught that white privilege is a thing where a white guy and a black guy can walk into a job with the same qualifications, and a white guy might get it, but there's a news organization that's going to tell that white guy that he's still a victim, even though he got the job. America is going to have to change from the roots up. And from what I've seen in the almost 50 years I've been alive, we don't have the stomach for that.
No, we don't.
We just don't. We don't have the stomach to change. We do not have the stomach to even confront ourselves. I sell t-shirts. I got a Teespring, and I have a shirt that says, "Whose man's is this?" And it just basically means, who are you? What are you doing in this world? Why are you here? That's what I mean. Whose man's is this? And that's how I feel about everybody in America. Why are you here? But then people will tell you about freedom. We're freer to no. We're not. We're not that free. We're really not.
We're not even at that mindset.
No.
And it's crazy because you have to, and sometimes I was talking to somebody, I said, we're still going through growing pains, America. But we're young compared to England. We're young compared to Japan and China. We're young compared to Egypt. We're actually in a teenager phase, if you want to be technical about it.
And we've spent, all of 93 years not fighting any wars? And the entire time America has existed, we've spent 93 years not at war. 93 out of 400 and something odd years as a country. Right. What does that say about us? What does that say about us? We're younger than most countries. We've spent more time fighting than most countries. And we still have this arrogance that we're better than most countries. There's racism all over the world, but America's perfected it. The reason they perfected it is because they know how to hide it. They know how to hide it. 1964, the Olympics that John Carlos and Tommy Smith had the black gloves in the air. That was the time that America's ugly little secret got out in the world. They've always been, we come together for the Olympics. We're all Americans now. I had some guy tell me that hyphenated people, hyphenated Americans, African Americans, Italian Americans, or what have you, they're the problem in America because they're not all Americans. What America are we talking about?
Right.
The one that we peddle out to the rest of the world, how immigrants are wanted. We got a big old statue in New York Harbor right now that says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses." If that's the America we're talking about, then yes, hyphenated people exist. But if we're all just going to be Americans, you're going to want to ignore every piece that makes this country bad. You just want to focus on the bald eagle and flags. I'm sorry, I don't play that. I don't. I don't see a purpose in lying. I just don't. I don't see a purpose in pretending like these things don't exist.
Correct.
I can't be like Rodney King. No, we can't get along. No. We can get along with if we're going to be honest. America needs a 12-step program. They do. And the very first step is to admit we're not that great. Just not. We have an infection inside of us. The body politic of America has an infection inside. It's filled sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, racism, poor wages, exploitation.
It's founded on that.
Yes.
It was founded on that.
It was founded on this infection. Yes. And it's gotten worse. And the population has gotten dumber towards it. So if we want to continue to pretend like we're great, okay. It's a lie. And when this verdict happens, the stuff that's on fire and the people that are protesting, there's your America. Mm-hmm. There it is. That's called, you know how when you have an infection inside of you and your fever breaks? That's what riots are. Yep. Riots are America's fever breaking. Now you can fix the problem, take a couple of little pills and get the medicine in you. Or you can do what we do. Oh, that was one incident. Fever broke. We can go back to normal now. We keep doing that. We can keep doing that. But eventually there won't be very much left of a fever to break.
Right.
Because we're going to be deeply entrenched and deeply distrustful of everything. This is what's going to happen. We're going to be very deeply distrustful of institutions. You cannot keep not knowing what to do with Black folks. You can't. You cannot keep monolithing us and congratulating the two little pebbles of granite that fall off. You cannot keep doing that. And eventually, America, Black folks are going to force the issue. We're going to force the issue. Oh, did you want me to go play basketball for you? Nope. You want to talk about racism? No. Oh, I'll make that rap song for you as soon as we talk about racism. And we're going to make people uncomfortable. I am more than prepared to make people uncomfortable. I'm okay with it. I am okay with it. I'm going to get called everything but a child of God. Okay. Still not going to change the fact that we need to talk. Still, Americans have to find it in ourselves to deal with our problems.
Correct.
We have got to stop pretending like we're great. We have to. We've reached I'm the fat old star quarterback at a high school who never did anything else with the rest of his life, but I like going down to the bar on Friday nights, drinking and talking about my glory days. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at.
Oh,
how much more can we do this? I mean, seriously, how much more?
You're right.
Are we going to keep pretending like that one time we threw a football for 90 yards for the game-winning score was the best we can possibly do? Is that it? I mean, seriously, is that what we're going to do? Eventually, the conversation is going to be forced. I'm just, like I said, Black folks are just sitting there with their arms crossed. That's all we're doing. So I'll stop talking now. I gotta go upstairs and put the daughter in the bathtub anyway.
You got it. Well, 4 minutes left in the program. This will be a good time for me to break into what I wanted to do to wrap up the program. Okay. As we have mentioned through feel free to, if you need to run upstairs, go for it. It's just, welcome to sit for the last 4 minutes here. But as I had mentioned throughout the show announcements across Facebook this week, and tonight, this is our anniversary program. The program is quite literally 1 year old. A massive whole 1 year. Our very first program was 1 year ago yesterday evening. It was April 17th of 2020, as we were just heading into, you know, an absolute hellish year for the nation. Pandemic, economic stress. I was out of work at the time, all sorts of things. And yet we have continued on. We have grown. We continue to grow. We meet excellent top shelf people along the way, like Sergeant Mac, Carmina, Antoinette. My very first guest, which was actually the second week of the program, because I was a bit arrogant and thought I could carry the whole program by myself the very first week. And I learned very quickly that I cannot always do that. Our second week was our very first guest, my dear friend Chuck Panaccio. We've had more guests than I will be able to remember. We've had candidates. We've had judges. We have had activists and advocates. We've had Republicans. We have had voting experts. We've not done nearly enough on the environment, which I should try to correct in this second year. But the bottom line is that the goal of this program was to bring some level of progressive media to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where there is no progressive media outside of what we are doing here. And we've been fortunate. I believe it was only 4 shows in. I think it was only about a month in, 4 shows, maybe 6 at the most, when we were fortunate enough to join the Hop101.net family and quite literally take this program global. I do not say that with hyperbole. It is a global platform, and this is a global program. There are people all over the world that listen to us each week. And I am grateful for this program. Myself, it has given me something to focus on and something to try to grow, something to work on, especially through those very long pandemic days when no one was going outside, no one was working, no one was traveling, or any of it. There is such a laundry list of people that I need to thank, and I will not remember all of them. It is probably not fair or justified for me to just say all of the guests, because there's been so many guests, and every single one of them has brought something unique and extraordinary to the program. They have brought their own truths. You know, the Republicans brought their own truths. Lots of other people brought real truths. We have had phone callers, not nearly enough for my liking, but we've had some. We even got a Patreon subscriber. We've purchased new equipment. I've rearranged this room, and will continue to do so, by the way. We have met new friends, made new long-lasting friendships, and friendships that I already had, and with George on the other end, have strengthened and developed even further and even deeper. And I'm tremendously grateful for all of it. I have had personal support. It would be beyond remiss of me not to mention Robin and the kids were with me from the beginning and supported me very much. And even though we are not together anymore, I know that she supported me, and I will never be able to thank her enough for her support early on. It is only fair that I recognize it. And Kristen now has been an absolute rock. There are days that I have had to drag myself up here that I didn't want to do this program. And 30 seconds into it, I'm on fire and I'm energized and renewed again. And of course, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for April over my shoulder. And for those of you listening, she's over my right shoulder. For those of you watching, you can see her over my right shoulder. And she has not come here, by the way, nearly enough, because we have an open invitation to come here. And of course, during the pandemic, she couldn't come here. So we've built this program largely remotely. George is on this program every week. He's never set foot in this room. April listens every week, helps with the monitoring and the sharing and make sure that the program gets to the different pages it needs to get to. She's barely been here because there was a good stretch when this pandemic got really crazy that she couldn't be here either. But yet we've persevered and we continue to grow. And none of it would be possible without you. If you were not watching and listening live and the recorded pieces, the recorded bits, the recorded episodes of the program, even if it takes you a week to get through the 4 hours, you're doing it because we know you're doing it. To all of the administrators of all the pages that we share the program to. And there's some pages that I continue to share the program to, and I don't think they ever let it in, but they haven't kicked me out of the group yet, so I keep sending it. But to all the groups that continually allow the program and show announcements in, I'm immensely grateful for you. Immensely grateful. Because we would not continue to grow. I've even had the program shared on the local Republican group a couple of times, believe it or not. I don't try that one very often, though. But we're growing. We're still here. And I believe that we've done the program. Yes, we try to inflect a bit of humor in when we can. We try to break down really, really serious issues and topics and policies at a granular level that you can understand. We've tried to make the case that what we discuss every week is important to you. Not just for me to talk about it. I can sit here and talk all week. I think you've known by now that I'll barely shut up if given the opportunity. But they have to be important to you. And because they are actually important to you, and because I believe we've made a pretty darn good case as to why they're important to you, we are still here. And to Lex and Earl at 101, we wouldn't be on there without their help and their support. I mean, I don't think I'm giving away any secrets. Lex has mentioned to April more than once that he could care less about politics, but listens to the program and has learned from it. And that's exactly why we're here. I'm not here just because I think I'm correct, even though I am. I talk about the policies and issues that we talk about each week because they're important to you and because you need to understand them. And if I break it down to a point where you do understand it and you still disagree with me, well, I might think you're a bit off for disagreeing with me, but at least now you understand it enough to make an educated decision. And that's what we do. And I have some good news or some bad news for you, depending on how you want to take it. We'll be back next week. All depends on how you want to look at it. We will be back next week. As I may have mentioned last week, we do have a couple of programs coming up pre-scheduled. I have Chris Crowdich to bring in to talk about Veterans Affairs. I have guests coming in to talk about from Education Voters PA to talk about Level Up and charter schools. I have guests coming in from MoveOn.org. We'll be doing a presentation in the upcoming weeks about their Thrive agenda. So we continue to plug along. We will continue to try to educate you as best that we can on things that you may not understand, or maybe things that you understand will give you a different view on. And so that you can understand it even deeper and that you can have conversations with friends, family, neighbors, and so on. but we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. And so you're stuck with us. So enjoy it. But we'll be here. So thank you for being here. Thank you to Sergeant Mac. Thank you to Carmina and Antoinette, to Tim and Jordy that called in, to DJ Lex and DJ Earl at hot101.net, to Robin and the kids for helping me supporting me getting this started, to Kristen, who's supported me ever since in many more ways than she's aware of. And not the least, to associate technical producer Lynn Dare, who I hope is still listening, and my technical producer and my dear friend George Dare, and last but goodness knows not least, and other folks that I have probably forgotten, and all the guests, all of them. I could try to tick them off, and I actually thought about trying to make a list, and I'm like, I can't. I'm too lazy to actually go through and make a list. But to every guest who has appeared on this program, every caller who's called into this program, I'm specifically reminded of David a few weeks ago, who was going to tell me about how the vote in PA was fraudulent, and we, had an excellent conversation. It was the epitome of what the program is about. Our Patreon subscriber, Laura, who's been with us all night long, even though she said she was going to be busy doing 1,000 other things. She's been in the chat all night long. But again, first and foremost, this young lady right here, April Riddick, who helped get this program started, who at the end of the day, even though I have an ego larger than the Saucon Valley and thought I deserved to be on radio nationwide, had to still push me and give me the confidence to do it. And now I can't shut up. So really, she's the one you blame her. We're growing new programs that will be coming to Hot 101. I don't want to get too far into it. I know I keep saying that every week, but I don't want to get too far into it until they're just about ready to get on. But guests that have been on this program that are going to now have programs of their own, we're very proud of that. I don't think we can call ourselves much of a program, say all these lofty things about ourselves if we weren't actually growing new content right out of the program. So, that means something. So just please know, whether you are watching, whether you're still with us live, watching and listening, if you are still with us live, we thank you. Every single one of you. If you miss a week and you return, if we take a week off and you forgot about us, but you come back, if you follow the show announcements, if you're following us on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Patreon, TikTok, Facebook, every single one of you matter to me, you matter to her, and you matter to this program. We would not be here if it wasn't for you being there. Until next week, on behalf of Lex, Earl, Lynn, George, Kristen, and April, I thank you very much for being here and helping us celebrate tonight. 1 year in the books, kids. Time to start year 2, bigger and better than ever. Thanks for being there. Please be kind to yourselves and each other. Take care of yourselves. Get vaccinated. And we will see you here next week, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, for the next live edition of the Kennedy Effect. Until next week, please take care.